Hello, henchbuns. Wait, why isn't it displaying? Oh, there it goes. That was weird. It's never done that before. It's here, don't worry. Don't worry. We are all here now. I'm here now, doing the best I can. Sparking. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Ball and Baloo, thanks for the resub. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back to Rokenjima, henchbuns. I'm excited. It's been a little bit since I ended episode 6. Well, I guess it's only been like 3 weeks, actually. It hasn't been that long. But I've been thinking about it. I've been ruminating on a lot of things. I feel like with episode 6, they revealed a lot to us. A lot that I had already kind of puzzled out by the time episode 5 ended. But I have the feeling there's still yet more to reveal. There may yet be mysteries I haven't even thought of as mysteries that the game is going to just say, hey, did you know this was a mystery? And I'm like, no, I didn't even think about that, but thanks for telling me. So that'll be fun. Time to tear out the guts. I like the sound of that. G-Witch into episode 7 into a new Chainsaw Man chapter. What a week for romance. I know, and now we're starting Umineko episode 7, which also has a lot of funny romances in it. Some funny and fucked up romances. It'll be great. It'll be fun. We're all having a good time. Everybody's happy in their relationships in this story, I think. I think everybody's having a great time. I'm excited to start episode 7. It's what you might call the beginning of the end, the penultimate chapter. It's been a long time coming, but we're finally here, like a year and a half. I can't believe I started reading Umineko in like January of 2022. Actually, I think it was sometime in the spring, like March or something. But it's been like a year and change, that's for sure. Can you believe it, henchbuns? Can you believe it? It's an exciting time. We're getting there. We're getting towards the end. I don't actually know how long episode 7 is. I'm sure it's probably about the same length as all the others. They've been fairly consistent in length, I think. Some people were like, oh, this episode's longer and this episode's shorter, and like, I don't know. They've all been about the same, I think. So we'll just see. I'm excited to start. So let's dig in. Let's dig into episode 7. I'm about to experience a very specific kind of emotion. Wonderful. You rewatched the VOD for the last part of episode 6 last night to be ready? Oh boy. Are we emotionally prepared? Are you all emotionally prepared then? I hope so. So I just wanted to refresh everybody on episode 6's description where it says, this is no longer a difficulty level. This is no longer a hint, but a confession. You're not emotionally prepared? Well, I guess you'll have to live with it. Because you're not allowed to stop watching. I'm strapping you into the chair Clockwork Orange style. Episode 7, Requiem of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Scheduled for today is the funeral of the Golden Witch and her game. The days of the game are already over, and nothing remains but fond memories. Here the cold, hard truth will be revealed, and death will come to the game. There is a bit of difficulty to this one. It has been a while, Griffith from Berserk. I'm happy to have you here. Today on the start of the end, apparently. The end of our game. The story is over, so there shouldn't be too much to worry now. Well, hey, I was there for that tea party. I think we should worry about Burncastle being the game master. That seems worrisome. That seems problematic to me. This shit ain't real. I like that it's a non-standard fictional clause. I'm like, this shit, you can tell this shit isn't real, obviously. Hello, Featherian.
真っ白に戻ってしまう。It was all a dream. だから心なき人はそれを描くことを無駄なことだと
Yeah, that's
嘲笑う
right.
だ
No
ろ
more
う。
gaming for Beato. It's
し
all
かし
ogre.
な、彼女の描いた夢を消す波は二度と訪れない。彼女が最後に描いた美しき夢はもう永遠に消えることはない。さあさあ、思い浮かべてごらんなさい。それは暖かき春の日の柔らかき午後の日差しがそのまま陰ることを忘れたかのよう。それはとてもとても
It's such a
素
good
敵なこ
thing
と
to
なの
live
だ
in a
から。
dream forever, isn't it? That's a
あ
good
なた
thing,
が
right?
最後の夢
Whoa,
の
that's
立ち会い人
okay. It's like a signature, I see. From the witness to the final
プ
dream.
ブリウス・ワルギリア・マロ。
Oh, wait, no, that's Virgilia's voice. I thought it was Featherine for a minute. Especially my dream? That's what I'm saying. Oh man, we're in the heat of it. The suspects were gathered in a room, and several inquisitors of heresy were reporting on the results of their investigation. Inquisitors of heresy? That's the Lanner, right? Their uniforms closely resembled those of Eisern Jungfrau, but they were slightly different. Also different were the badges signifying their department. Oh, they're different ones. Then came the sound of someone clapping their hands once. It was the lead female inquisitor. She was announcing that all reasoning had been completing.
近景以上にて命名博
That's right, idiots! It's the penultimate chapter, and you're still getting new characters!
以上の推理からあなたのアリバイが存在しないことの証明を終えるものなり。
The preceding logic has proven the non-existence of your alibi. That's a good way to put it. At the under end of her and pointing finger was a quivering maid with frightened eyes. Her name was... No, that's not important. What matters now is that she could have entered the closed room study where the victim was found whenever she pleased. And furthermore, that her acclaimed alibi for the time of the crime has been proven to contradict the facts. And as Phoenix Wright always told me, a contradiction is something you gotta point out. Yeah, this is one of the better songs in the game. Shaking, the maid tried to continue in her illogical pleading, but all of her statements had already been seen through.
以上にてフーダニット、ハウダニットの証明を
Oh, the who done it and the how done it?
あなたが犯人である事
We
実
just need the why
を
done
揺
it.
るがぬものと知りたまえ。そんな。どうして私が敬愛する旦那様を殺さねばならないのですか。動機がありません。理由がありません。誰がいかにして犯したか、それのみが立証できれば十分であると知りたまえ。
Only need 2 out of 3.
近景、慎んで申し
2
上
out
げ
of 3 is fine. That's best of 3.
動機は不要である。
Motives are unknown and mysteries. The Inquisitors spoke coldly. Oh, song's over. Hi, Virgilia. After finishing her witch's prayer, Virgilia stepped back from the coffin, which lay on an altar bedecked with many beautiful roses. In her place, Battler moved to the front of the coffin, wearing his territory lord's cape. Though the cape was supposed to represent dignity and majesty, it somehow made Battler look smaller. Battler held a book with a majestic binding in his hand. It was a game record that had just been written. Or perhaps it was a tale, a game, or else a fragment. Written in it was the dream that would be more enjoyable for her than any other. Battler pressed it against his forehead and contemplated for some time. Then he kissed it and laid it gently in the coffin. Game over! It rested upon her chest. She looked like a little girl clutching her favorite stuffed animal as she drifted off to sleep.
これは俺からお前に捧げる唯一の物語だ。
This tale will be shut up with you in your coffin for all eternity. So no one will be able to read it except for you, there in your coffin.
猫箱に閉ざされた
The cat box!
不変不可侵の永遠の物語。
だから誰にも物語を汚せない。 否定できない。反論できない。俺とこいつだけの、二人だけの、唯一絶対の真実。
Okay, the music cut back in. I guess we're going back to this scene. A man dashed through a town wrapped in twilight. Okay, never mind. This is a completely different scene. The daytime hustle and bustle of this beautiful village, which combined the traditional with the orderly and the classical style of the last century, now seemed like a more near dream. The orange setting sun was already hidden behind the clock tower, and the narrow alleyway was rapidly descending into darkness. As the gas lights began to turn on, they only made the darkness of the twilight stand out all the more. Female VA sounds very familiar. Was she in Melty? I don't know. I don't know what else Virgilia's voice actor has been in. She was? Who was she in Melty? The man... Was it Archetype Earth? The man sprinted. There was no time. He had to hurry. Oh, this is you spreading this info? Okay, well, I'm going to kill you later then. He'd had several experiments to do and things he had to check, and it had all taken a lot longer than he'd expected. Is that Amakusa? In the mystery genre, the motive, or the why done it, is given the lowest priority. To have a murder, you need to have a culprit, and he needs to commit a crime. Motive isn't required for that. So, it's usually the most ignored elements. In fact, these days, there are even some who call it unnecessary. That does make sense. She's voiced by Kikuko Inoue, who voices Ino. Oh, well, there you go. Not Melty, but Guilty Gear. I can hear it now that I think about it. I can hear the Ino. She just... Virgilia doesn't sound very mean often, so... However, just because of that fact... The hearts! The hearts! I love Bleach. There's a lot going on here in this opening. We're switching back and forth between multiple different scenes. It was all a dream!
そうだな。寝ている子には毛布をかけて、部屋を暗くして、静かに立ち去るのが決まりってもんだ。
After looking at the coffin one last time, Virgilia turned away quietly. Battler did the same, but then he stopped and turned to face the rose-covered altar. Battler offered up his final words within his heart. Hi, Chesto. As long as those words didn't leave his mouth, no one would be able to know what they were. However, those words of the heart caused Battler's expression to change several times. At first, he frowned sadly, then his face clouded with remorse, and then changed to a bitter, exasperated smile. It flashed through several varied expressions. Then, the final expression that crossed his face was, surprisingly, a gentle smile. Something rose to Battler's lips. However, he bit it back down. Griffith from Berserk redeemed calmly. You're leaving? Griffith, I love having you here. You're leaving already? That's sad. I'm a little saddened by that, but I hope I'll see you again soon. Good night. There could certainly be no words to describe the many feelings he kept in his chest. So, saying anything aloud would probably be crude. Battler understood this and stopped himself from speaking once more with a wry smile.
ありがとう。
お礼を言われるようなことは何も。
あとを頼む。
I love it when anime characters say they'll leave the rest to someone. After seeing Virgilia nod back at him, Battler turned away from the altar one more time and left the chapel. Virgilia also disappeared, and with that, all disturbances that might have interrupted her blissful sleep had vanished. Meanwhile, back to the music. Bum, 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 bana, bana, bana. The Inquisitors of Heresy listened with calm, no, scornful gazes. They listened to the frantic babbling of the maid accused of murdering her master. However, nothing she said could bury the fault in her own alibi. They were all mere emotional arguments. I loved and respected the master so much. I had no motive for killing him. No matter how much she spoke, it only made her look more and more like the floundering true culprit, struggling pathetically. The requirements for the whodunit and howdunit had been satisfied. As for the whydunit, the motive, the hearts. No matter how much she spoke of gratitude for her master, who had graciously given her a job when she'd been left by the wayside after various misfortunes, it didn't help her case in the slightest in the mystery genre. Therefore, her motive didn't matter. All of that could just be squeezed out of the culprit afterwards. Gonna put her in the juicer! An Inquisitor of Heresy took out a roll of parchment and held it forth, cutting off the maid's sobs and protests. Tell me how. I don't even know where we are or who these people are. I just want to know how the big murder was done. I don't need no freaking alibi. SSVD だ。
犯罪者に真実を告白させる強制的手段を持つと知りたまる。我らが異端審問官が正義にて祝福された審問具にてあなたの
Not the stretchy. I don't want to be stretched. I'm not very stretchy. I'm not stretchy easily. I'm bendy. But that doesn't mean I'm stretchy.
補佐官一同、そのメイドを逮捕したてまつれ。
私じゃないです。私は旦那様を殺したりなんかしません。
Who are you? You're on the cover for this episode. What are you? What is this? Are you like Ultimate Marvel Battler? A man kicked the door open and the Inquisitors were all shocked at the sight of him. Earth 3 Battler? Is this Battler's Virgil? I have no clue. This is a completely new character. I love that we're 7 episodes in, literally the penultimate chapter, and they're still like, here's new characters. I didn't think we were done. I'm no longer being tricked by this game. Also because I saw the cover for the episode, I'm like, oh, there's more new characters. But like, you know, there's been certain patterns. There's been like a new character every episode. I don't know why they'd stop now. I complained about it as far back as episode 4, and by the time episode 6 rolled around and there were still new characters, I was like, okay, I get it, we're still doing this. I don't recognize no stinking great court. We're just making up details now. I'm being dropped in the middle of this one.
他の人間のアリバイは完璧なのか。他にもアリバイを偽証している人間がいる。それを探すことを怠るな。
There's many details I didn't think we're privy to here, hedge
犠
funds.
牲者に怨恨は、金銭関係でトラブルは、動機を捨てるな。心を捨てるな。
The
動機
heart!
なんて後付けでどうでもいいなんて、そんな乾ききったミステリーごっこは卒業しちまいな。
メイドが犯人でない。そしてそれを問うことも茶番。審問し赤き真実を絞り出し、犯行時刻の全てを赤き
You
して
just
証
gotta
明させるだけ
torture
で
her
良い
until
も
she
のと知り
tells
た
us
まえ。
what she wants. This is due process.
ああ、そうだろうな。お得意の拷問で全てを神の目線から客観的に赤裸々に絞り出せばいいさ。でもな、言っておく。心のねえミステリーと推理のやり方はな、俺が
すでに本事件は本館に継承されたるものなり。
Your murderers need heart. I will not accept any murder that doesn't involve emotion.
さあ、補佐官一同、構うことはなしと知りたまえ。そのメイドの逮捕を命じるものなりや。
When she gave this order, her subordinates hesitated, looking back and forth between their superior and that man.
させねえよ。本当の犯人は他にいる。動機から推理可能だ。アリバイトリックなんざ古典通
Yeah, that man from Guilty Gear.
り。忘れるんじゃね
心など不要なり。犯行可能な疑わしき人物を導き出し、信用して赤き真実を絞り出せばいい。万一犯人でなかったなら、別の疑わしい容疑者を審問にかければいいだけだ。
It seems like a very inefficient way to do things.
え。そんなのは推理じゃ。
退きたまえ。
We'll just torture each one in sequence and make it a process of elimination.
その女を逮捕するものなりや。
I don't think this is how crimes are meant to be solved.
使用人が犯人であることを禁ず。
What? Is this a new one? That's not one of Nox's rules.
と
The words of power blasted away the aides trying to arrest the maid.
バンダイン20歳。
Van Dyne. Okay, this is okay. We're in the new ones. I do remember hearing this one somewhere. It's like mystery. It's another set of mystery writing rules that like it's too obvious to make the servant a culprit.
このメイドを拷問したかったら、第二夫人とその愛人のアリバイをもう一度洗いな。
The second wife. How many wives does this guy have?
その二人には犯行時刻の明白なアリバイが。
あの程度でアリバイかよ。ボンクラのお前に分かるように説明してたら、自家主席を名乗りたかった。その程度の捜査と推理を見せてみな。
Oh, I forgot to put the thing back on. By the way, we're currently running a donation goal. If we reach the goal, I will play Sonic 1, 2, CD3, and Knuckles in one stream. I forgot to put that back on because I don't have that on during collabs, but it's back now. So consider it if you'd like to see that.
それまで、このメイドへの逮捕状は俺が預かるぞ。
ならあなたに。そのメイドが犯行を犯さなかったことが証明できるなりや。犯行時刻に彼女が台所を離れていたことは明らかと知りたまえ。彼女は犯行時刻にどこで何を。
Listen, I don't know what's going on. I can't answer these questions.
本官にもあなたにも誰にも証明は不可能なりや。なればこそ審問の拷問具で赤き真実を絞り出すほかなきなり。
真犯人からはシヘドでも真実でも好きなだけ絞り出してやる。だが真犯人じゃねえ人間はいかなる審問も拷問も許
Just
す。
let her arrest. We can't prove anything. That's why we should be allowed to arrest her. That seems a little backwards. I don't think that's how it
批判
works.
されるものなり。疑わしきはすべて審問。それが我ら異端審問官の魔女裁判であると知りたまえ。
そうだな。俺たちは異端審問官。邪悪な魔女を撃つ。それが勝負。
Okay.
だが万一にも市民を傷つけてはならない。疑ってはならない。人間は誰しも自分だけの真実を持つ。それは罪を犯した時にのみ暴かれる。俺たちにはそれを暴く資格が与えられている。 な。ねえんだよ。
Yeah, I guess he is a witch hunter.
何が
I didn't know he was with them.
罪なき人間の罪なき真実を暴く資格なんざ、たとえ神様にだって
Oh,
与
okay.
えられちゃいね
Oh,
えんだよ。
that was longer than I thought it would be. The maid finally realized that he was trying to protect her.
どちら様か存じませんが、ありがとうございます。私本当に犯人じゃないんです。
んなこと知ってる。
He does have the same eyes as the lantern, now that you mentioned the yellow eyes.
アリバイを証言する。感謝しとけ。あの若造は名誉も肩書きもお前に比べたら大したもんじゃねえと言う。
George moment.
そんなことをしたらあの人は。
それには及ばねえ。恋人たちの秘め事を暴くのは三流雑誌の仕事だ。ミステリーじゃねえ。
Mystery じゃない。
俺は心のない推理は絶対に許さない。
Then, for the first time, the man's sullen's expression relaxed, and he patted the maid's head roughly.
彼氏と幸せになりやがれ。
I'm sure this guy and Bandler will get along.
するのはあまり褒められない。時々にしとくんだ。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
These words were heard only by the two of them. The man had learned of her innocence, which could only be proven by exposing the secrets of a pair of young lovers. And he had rushed about in search of a solution, resentful of the arrogance of those trying to expose this by forcible means.
推理はね、犯人を作ることで、その過程で罪なき人々の心の真実を踏みにじることでもね、心が大事なの。探偵気取るな。心を忘れる。
The heart!
そいつを忘れて。俺たちはただの知的蹂躙
The
者だ。
ghost of Erica haunting us still.
それを忘れるな。
When the man spoke, the Inquisitors no longer had any way to argue back. The man's name is Will, and yet, that's Will I Am, that's his name, and yet, that's not what everyone used to call him. Head Inquisitor of Heresy of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Wizard hunting right. His name's right!
これがお前らへの最後の引き継ぎだ。
Sure hope his first name isn't
魔
Phoenix.
術師狩りのライトの名を継ぐなら忘れるな。絶対だ。
Oh, okay, we're in the OP, I guess. I don't know what's going on with Will Wright. Willard H. Wright is the real name of the crime fiction author S.S. Van Dyne. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a pseudonym. Yeah, if it isn't the commandant of the Heresy Inquisitors of Heaven. These OPs always go so hard. Whee! Look at all of these characters. We have assembled a truly ridiculously sized cast by now. Oh, there's all the paintings from the previous episodes. There's a lot. There's so many characters now. There's so many characters now. Who's boy? That definitely has a penultimate feeling to it, doesn't it? It's not as high energy as some previous ones, because it's saving its energy for the 8th, I bet. Quietly, quietly, the rain fell down. The rain of sadness stripped down the outer walls of the chapel, quietly washing away the dust of the world of the living. The chapel doors were open. During a wedding, only those with invitations are allowed inside. However, during a funeral, the doors are open to all who remember the deceased. Will Riot is voiced by Jonichi from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's funny. Joey Wheeler? So, this must be a funeral. A shadow holding an umbrella approached the chapel. It was Will. Brooklyn is real in Umineko. I mean, it takes place in Japan, so we can assume the rest of the world's countries are relatively the same. He's also Ryu from Streets? Oh yeah, that's right. And Emmett Selk. How fitting. A reception desk had been set up at the chapel's entrance. As the shadow approached, Canon, who had been sitting at his desk, stood up and welcomed him with a bow.
こちらが受付でございます。
Hello, Canon. I don't know why you're here. You're not real.
弔問の皆様
Well, you're like half
ご
real.
褒美を賜っております
You and Canon are like 50%
ご記帳を
of...
お願いいたし
Well,
ます
it's more you're like 33% of the same person. There we go.
悪いな。弔問じゃねえ。待ち合わせだ。
Are any of us real? That's a pretty deep... That's a pretty deep question. Am I real? You're looking at me. You perceive me. Does that make me not real? You came to a funeral to meet someone? A dubious expression rose to Canon's face. Will pulled an envelope from his pocket and showed him the sender's name.
失礼いたしましたどうぞお入りを
すまねえな。せめてそいつをもらえるか。
ありがとう
Does
ござい
one
ます
decide if they're real as an individual, or are you only real if you are perceived by others?
きっとお喜びになられると思います
Probably, this seems to be one of the central questions of this visual novel, in fact. Canon handed him a set of golden roses, which were being handed out to all of the mourners. Will took it, silently bowed his head, and entered the chapel. Oh, I haven't looked at Pachinko, Will. I'll do that in a minute. Thank you for reminding me. Inside the chapel, several people who appeared to be the family of the deceased were gathered, and they all seemed to be recalling memories of the departed. Oh, hi, Kinzo. What? You're like extra dead. You're extra not real. We've confirmed that. Why are you here? Oh, Beatrice! I have missed that, though. We haven't gotten that in a while. Oh.
お父様
Oh, hi.
どうかしっかり
This is already weird. You shouldn't be here,
控
Kinzo.
室の方で少し休みましょう
私が殺したのよ私が
とんでもないどうしてローザ様が殺したこ
Well,
と
you
にな
did
り
kill.
ます
You killed a Beatrice.
お父さんすごい泣きよね
But you are like a baby, so.
ベアトリーチェか
絶対お母様が亡くなった時より泣いてるわ
こら今はそんなこと言うときちゃうで
I think it's always time to make fun of Kinzo. Some sobbed, unable to conceal their tears, and some spoke softly of old memories. They were all remembering the dead in their own way, it seemed. When Will approached the altar, several people turned around. Of course, none of them knew who Will was. Paying this no mind, Will walked in front of the casket on the altar, which seemed to be buried under golden roses. Inside the casket, there was no corpse. Instead, as though it lay there in place of a body, was a single, thick book with an extravagant binding. I'm pretty sure that's Maria's book. I'm sure this will be elaborated on eventually. The space all around it was filled with countless golden roses. There were words printed on the book's cover. To my beloved Beatrice. October 5th, 1986. Book.jpg is very
ミ
important.
ス・ベアトリーチェ
Okay, let's look at this. Yeah, he calls people Miss, like Deliner does too. Yeah, that's not so bad. That's kind of what I would expect him to look like. That's pretty normal. That's fine. Williard H. Wright, a member of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, an Inquisitor of Heresy and a first-class Archbishop. He is commonly known as Wright of the 20 Wedges, or Wizard Hunting Wright. He was an ace Inquisitor of Heresy in his youth, feared for being both ruthless and merciless in his work. However, at some point there was a change in his work attitude, and his previous flashy escapades became a thing of the past. His current style is often fickle, alternating between laziness and obsessive bursts of energy regarding mere trifles. Oh, he's just like me. By now, everyone has given up trying to understand him. He has already filled his resignation and had it accepted. Only a few days remain before he'll lose the name of Wright. Oh, he's only a few days to retirement, huh? The Witch of Miracles and Miko to the Witch of Theater Going. In the 7th game, she conducts Beato's funeral. She was defeated in the previous game, making her the loser. She has proclaimed that she will tear out the guts of Beato's game to satisfy her irritation, and yet... We get one for Maria, huh? A little magician who has inherited the black blood from Kinzo. Unlike Kinzo, she was gifted with talent and began to tread the path of the magician from a young age. However, her power is still weak, and she hasn't yet graduated from an apprentice's level. However, she is skilled with enchantments, which bestow magical power upon objects, and the magical items she creates are all master class. Beatrice, the Golden Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and like demons will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. Also, she's dead now. Delia, Renove, Gop, all the besties, all the sisters. Okay, nothing there. Alright.
ミセスだったら許しな会ったことはね
I don't know if you and Battler are married yet. I don't know if you guys are that
お気に召し上がれ
far. He took the rose he had received from the reception area and placed it in the casket. He had absolutely no connection to the woman called Beatrice. However, since he had come to visit a funeral, he had to show us the minimum amount of respect for the dead. As part of this, Will prayed for the passage of the dead into the next world. Yeah, has Battler gotten his chance to hit that yet? We will never know yet.
失礼だが
Hello, Kraus.
どちら様かな私は
Here lies Battler Ushiromiya. He never scored.
喪主の代行ですこっちは子供のリオン
What?
はじめまして
What? Hang on.
後ろ宮リオンです
Have we replaced Jessica? She's got like a suit on. That's a nice suit. The first child of Kraus and Natsuhi. Jessica is their second child. Okay. Was given the silver ring of the successor to the headship and will succeed the position of family head upon turning 20. All hail the Moon Princess. Keep up the cracked work. Thank you, Frosty Klondike. I most certainly will. Oh, wait, this is a guy. Leon's a guy, okay. Mild, polite, without any clear faults. Except for being too young, Leon is a more suitable successor than anyone else and is adored by Kinzo. It's ambiguous? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, they didn't say, so I shouldn't... I thought they were a lady. Just because they look so much like Jessica. I don't know, maybe they'll elaborate. We'll find out. Okay. Alright, we've just inserted a new family member, I guess. Burncastle's OC. She got another one.
誰だお前
理科の理に魚するの魚でリオンと読みます
We need to do the Saber test, hand this person a burger. They do look a little Saber-ish, don't they? Oh, and is voiced by Saber, I see.
ちょっと日本人っぽくない名前ですよね
You're not supposed to be here. You're some sort of self-insert OC. Get out of this story. We're not on AO3. Your family head looks GNC as fuck. So true. Will stared at Leon's face, wearing a confused expression. He hadn't seemed particularly interested in Krause, but Leon had apparently drawn some sort of reaction from him. That's true. We've been in AO3 for a while, haven't we? Ever since Erica got here. Is Saber male or female? You mean Leon here? We don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure Saber is definitively a woman, despite some, gender fuckery implied with the King Arthur thing. I'm pretty sure we're in definitive woman camp with Saber herself. But I'm not a type moonhead, and maybe that answer's more complex. Ask somebody else. Ask somebody who's read Fate. I haven't. Rather than interest, it was more as though he felt like something was out of place. It sure is! You're right! They shouldn't be here! That person ain't real! They're another tulpa Erica threw into this plot. Not Erica, Burncastle. Erica is one of the tulpas.
そうか。一同の諸君、ここで賑やかにしては個人もうるさがるだろう。控室の準備が整ったそうだ。
Arguably, we've been in episode AO3 since episode 3. That's true. Only the first 2 episodes were official bottle stories.
場所を変えようではないか。
When Krause called out to everyone, they began to move towards the chapel waiting room.
すまん。
Sulan.
リオンはしばしお客様のお相手を頼む。私はみんなを控室に案内する。
はい、父さん。
It looked like a natural conversation, with no awkwardness for either father or child.
親子なのか。
そうですが、何か。
後宮クラウスの子供はジェシカのはずだ。
This story is all fucked up. You guys have been really... Burncastle, stop chewing on the wires!
ジェシカは妹です。お呼びする必要はありますか？
いや、ない。
Apparently, some sort of game was already being played right off the bat. Scratching at his head with an irritated look on his face, Will glanced around. I like how nobody yet has gone like, hey, how the fuck did you get on our island? Will? Will.i am?
全く何もねえ。迷惑な話さ。
ではあなたはどうしてこの葬儀に？
Since Leon was a fairly mild person, Will's behavior was met with nothing more than a blank expression. A normal person would probably have put on a dubious look long before this. Will scratched his head again and yelled angry at someone other than Leon.
来たぜ。そろそろ顔を出しやがれ。
The members of the Uchiromiya family had already followed Krause's instructions and moved to the waiting room. By now, no one could be seen in the cold, vast chapel decorated with gold roses except for Will and Leon.
よく来たわね。
Oh, hello.
異端審問官、魔術師狩りのライト。
The girl's voice came suddenly from behind the pair. Hello, Burn. Can you explain what's going on, please? I'd like to know a thing or two. When Leon turned around in surprise, a girl had appeared out of nowhere and drifted down on top of the altar. She landed softly on the sacred funeral altar as though this was perfectly normal, crushing the golden roses under her shoes. Of course, Leon didn't know this girl. Just why on earth were all of these people unrelated to the funeral popping up one after another? I am always asking such questions.
仕事なら新しいライトに頼みな。
いいえ、あなたに頼みたいのよ。
You're a few days to retirement. That's very particular.
送った物語を読んでくれたかしら。
斜め読み程度にはな。
I don't know how to
あな
read.
たが
How do you
どれ
like
だか
that?
存じませんが、そこから降りてください。そこは神聖な祭壇ですよ。
Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down off the altar, but she ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept on talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there.
リオンとか言ったな。こいつは何者だ？
その子が名乗った通りよ。
This one was created by a writer. Ushiromiya Leon. There's no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous games.
お前の駒なのか。
いいえ、このゲーム版の正しく正
Come
当
on.
な駒。
They literally said last episode there's only 16.
登場人物よ。
ゲームマスターはお前だ。まだお前の駒だ。
They said it in red even.
ベアとの猫箱よりもっと大き
A
な
much
猫
more
箱を
roomier
出した
cat box. I can stretch in this one.
リオンはその中で生まれ得る可能性を持つ一つの駒。
I see. So this isn't the same game. So the same rules and red truths might not apply, I bet.
結局お前の駒という
I like, we're just saying the same thing over and over now.
私が置いた駒という意味では正しい。
This sounds like you're arguing with
ただ
semantics.
しエリカのような配下の駒ではないということか。
エリカって誰？
I don't remember little people who fail me. Erica was never real. We made that one up too.
エリカさん？
理解しようとする。
Don't worry about it.
頭痛になら。
Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. Also, their sprite looked weirdly lower res. However, though neither person was familiar, it seemed clear that they both knew a lot about the Ushiromiya family.
私にはあなたたちが何の話をしているのかわかりません。とにかくそこのお嬢さん、その祭壇から降りてください。
Get off of the corpse.
次期当主としてお
Stop
願い申し上げ
surfing
ま
on
す。
Beato's corpse, please. Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice to that girl, who continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Will did show a reaction.
次期当主はクラウスのはずだ。
父クラウスは私が20歳になるまでの間の当主代行です。20歳になると同時に
And
次期当主で
how old are
私
you
は当主
now?
を継承することになっています。
初耳だ。
They said they're Jessica's older sibling.
証拠はあるのか。
It seemed that even Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. And Jessica's like 16. That calm expression appeared to twitch slightly.
これは次期当主に許されている
Silver ring,
片
that's a
翼
new
の足
one.
の銀の指輪です。
The head's ring is gold, so I guess this is like the training permit of head rings.
これで証拠になりますか？
銀の指輪金の当主の指輪は何度も登場したが次期当主
Jessica's 18?
銀の指輪など初耳だ。
Oh, that's right. It's Canon who's 16. I got them mixed up. So I guess maybe Leon's like 19?
クラウスもジェシカもそんなものを指に通していた記憶がね。
I made that up too.
嬉しいわ。
It's another thing I made up.
斜め読みにしてはちゃんと読んでくれてるじゃない。
魔女のよこす文章はどこにろくでもねえことが書いてあるか分かったもんじゃ
What is this Metroid Prime ass music?
ましてやそれが元老院の大
I'm like in Fendrana Drifts right now.
あなた方は一体何者なんですか？
Look, it's really hard to explain.
失礼だが、
And you won't
私には
remember
何
next
の
time
話をしているのか
anyways.
さっぱりわかりません。個人への喧嘩がお済みでしたらどうぞお引き取りを。どうやらあなた方は当家がおもてなしすべき方々ではないようです。
They have a whole ass Senate, yeah. I'm pretty sure all the Toho witches are in that Senate. You know, it's some expanded universe. Leon finally ran out of patience. There was restricted words that the gentle kid could unleash. However, Will and the girl seemed not to care at all.
俺も来たくて来たわけじゃね
時間の無駄だから話を進め。
Yeah, this is immediately very different Collapse Vigil.
ライト、このゲームに挑みなさい。ゲームマスター、ベルンカステルの名において、このゲームにあなたを招待してあげるわ。
え。お断りだ。
No, I'm not interested.
どうして？
Not interested in this stupid game.
もう引退するみたい。
I'm an old man who looks like he's 25.
推理もミステリーも知ったことか。
何をして余生を過ごすというの？魔術師狩りのライトが魔女狩りをやめ。
Yes, that's what retiring means.
狐狩りでも潮干狩りでもするさ。
Clam hunting? I feel like you don't really hunt clams. I mean, they're pretty stationary. You just pick them up. That's not really hunting,
俺
is
が
it?
ここに来たのはあんたと余生を語るためじゃね。
断るために来たと。
ご見察
I
い
mean, I
た
know
だき
clams can move a little bit, but they don't move a lot.
なら好きにしたらいいわ。どこへでも行けばいい。
Yeah, I guess you do gotta find them.
ただし、ここから立ち去れればの話だけれど。
それで条件と報酬は？
I love how she's like, okay, fine. Then I don't care that you don't care, and he immediately changes his mind. In truth, Will had resigned himself from the beginning. He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from the great Lady Berncastle.
ベアトリーチェを殺したのは誰か。それが私のゲームよ。報酬は私に対するその無礼な口の利き方を許すことと、この礼拝堂を立ち去る権利。
退屈を愛さない魔女は存在な言葉を愛す
They're
る。
into it. They love the hell out of it. That's why she's besties with Lambda.
それは千年を生き飽きたババア魔女の話よ。
Called Beato a hag?
私はまだまだ若いから、あんたみたいな言葉遣いの男をどんな過酷な
Hags need
運命に閉じ込め
correction.
てやろうかと無双することを愛する
それで敵は誰だ？
の。いないわ。妨害などするわけもない。このゲームをあなたが美しく詰めるところをただ私たちは感激したいだけ。仲間も用意する。それがそのリオンよ。
Leon's gonna be your bestie. She's like your Watson. After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which the latter seemed to find truly irritating.
リオ
Teleport!
ンは後ろ宮家の人間。後ろ宮家の誰とも面識のないあなたには心強い味方となってくれるでしょう。
Yeah, Leon will let you hang.
何の話か分かりかねますが、
Or not.
事情のわからない話には何もご協力はできかねますよ。
だそうだ。頼もしい限りだな。
私と我が
I'm just imagining that one Eric Andre
魔
bit
術師狩りの
where
ライ
like Berncastle shoots Beato, and then she's like, "Who killed Beato?"
あう
Oh,
あうは容
yeah,
易
yeah.
に感激者だけれど、私は退屈するとポップコーンを投げつけたりしちゃうかもね。
Man, they're really making these voice actors pronounce "ow ow." Will scratched at his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now he realized that he couldn't disobey Berncastle's orders. Then he approached the casket and pointed at its rose-filled insides.
ベアトリーチェ殺人事件の依頼とのことだが、バンダイン20則第
Oh, what's rule number 7?
死体なき事件であることは禁ず。
Ah, yes, you need a corpse to examine.
悪魔の証明は棺にないだけじゃない。
Yeah, maybe the corpse is just somewhere else, you
死体が
dingbat.
存在しないことをあなたが証明できない限り、これはミステリー。
第1則手がかりすべての揃わぬ事件を禁ず。
All the clues are presented. You just gotta go on a little Easter egg hunt for them.
すべてはここに揃っている。
Though there were no change to Will's unsatisfied expression, he seemed to have understood the general pattern of this place. The simple fact that a mere Inquisitor of Heresy had been summoned by an uninhabited, fickle, cruel, great witch of the Senate meant that he had retreated as no more than a mere underling. All along, he had possessed no way to refuse her.
この空っぽの棺の主を殺したのは誰か引き受けてやら。ただし 俺の流儀でやらせてもらう。
Okay,
ご自由に。
so he's the detective now? What about Battler? Where's Battler in all of this?
まず最初にすることはお前に現状を理解させることだ。
Leon has no fucking clue
そ
what's
れをお
going
願いで
on.
きると私もとても助かります。
Leon's expression seemed nonplussed, angry, and confused all at the same time.
キナ、実際に見た方が早い。
いいでしょう。音もしましょうとも。
What about Battler? I mean, he's kind of our primary protagonist, but I guess, you know, whatever. He's like, whatever, I got my wife. I got my Beato. I don't have to do shit anymore. Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spun around. After snorting once in an unsatisfied manner, Leon followed him, as though resigned to see Will's little show. It is writing time. The cooler Battler? I see. I'll make that edit later. As she watched them leave the chapel, Burncastle sneered silently at them, a cold smile on her face.
尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女。
Feathering something out Aurora. That one's really hard, because you'd think it'd just be Aurora, but it's Aurora.
フェザリーヌなんとかアウアウローラの巫女にして
アウアウローラ
奇跡の魔女。ベルンカステルの名においてこのゲームの開始を宣言するわ。物語のタイトルは黄金の魔女のレクイエム。ベアとの葬儀にふさわしい物語を紡ぎなさい。さて、どんな腹渡を
I love dragging out the guts. You've got huge guts. You're huge, mystery. That means you've got huge guts. She watched until the pair had left the chapel. Burncastle's form evaporated into the empty air just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling. Outside, it was still raining. When Canon saw the guest and the successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply.
ご苦労様です。休んで結構ですので、外してもらえますか。
カノンです。かしこまりました。
You don't know his fucking name? Canon bowed deeply, then disappeared.
下々の名前まではいちいち覚えていないってか。
当家には若い使用人が大勢出入りしており、入れ替わりも頻繁ですので。さて、何をどう理解させてくれるのですか。あなた様は何者で、当家にどのようなご用がおありで。もちろん納得させてくれなくて構いません。このままお帰りいただければいいだけですので。
もう帰れねえのさ。俺も誰もな。
もういい加減にしてくれませんか。
Stop acting mysterious and brooding. Just give me the
この
straight,
よくわからない
the
煙
straight
に巻くよ
talk.
うな喋り方は。私にだって我慢の限界というものがあります。私では見送りにならないというなら、源氏とゴーダにお送りさせてもいいのですよ。
Yeah, I'm sure Goda will accomplish a lot.
こいつを見てろ。
見ればわかります。葬儀用のバラです。まさか手品でも見せてくれるおつもりで。
Well, when you put it like that, Will took one of the offerings, then showed it to Leon as though pointing out that there were no mechanisms or tricks. The mechanism! I love JoJo Lands. Then he slowly lifted it upwards.
見てろ。
Let's ride the mechanism.
ええ、見てますよ。後でも飛び出すんですか。それともクラッカーとバンコク機にでも。
Will threw the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle. It didn't, which was why Leon had been struck dumb. The rose thrown by Will certainly had flown in an arc. It should have sped on rapidly through the air. However, as soon as it passed out from the shade of the eaves and was about to reach the rain, it stopped right in midair, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. That wasn't all. As it hung in midair, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken one after another, and it became a black husk, like burnt charcoal. Okay, alright, sure. We got a magical barrier now. And even after this happened, it remains suspended there in the air.
これは何の手品ですか？
動くな。
Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose, which still hung up in the air. Will had roughly blocked the way with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death.
この礼拝堂がかけらから
Wait,
切り離され
okay, so we only have the chapel to investigate? We're not even looking at the rest of the
濃
island?
縮された時間の渦に閉じ込められている。
You're in a time loop?
どういうことですか？
めんどくせえからはしょる。
What is this, like Fortnite? Burncastle has shrunk the battlefield? The dome is closing in?
つまりさっきの魔女のゲームに付き合わねえ限り誰もここ。
なんですって？もう葬儀は終
Yeah,
わっ
the
ていま
fog
す。
is coming.
お屋敷やゲストハウスに戻りたい方々もいらっしゃるでしょう。こんなことは困ります。
This shit does look like the battle pass. The Battler Pass.
俺も帰れなくていい迷惑。
この少女はあなたの友人でしょ。
No.
この変なのをやめさせてください。
あいつは今頃ポップコーンのバケツでも抱いて観客席だろうね。呼んだって現れね
わけがわからない。
Didn't they put Higurashi in PUBG? I have no idea. I don't pay attention to PUBG at all. And I never see anyone talking about it. It was PUBG Mobile. Oh yeah, doesn't PUBG Mobile get like a ton of crossover stuff? Because it's popular in Japan. That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings at the moment. Yeah, we don't know what the fuck is happening. However, Leon had seen the rose wheel through wither in an instant in the rainy darkness. Leon tried doing the same thing with another rose, but the effect was exactly the same. No one would want to use their own body to test this fearsome something that could make roses crumble instantly.
え。ここから解放される方法は
Beto in Fortnite, that would be awesome.
ベルンカステルのゲームに
I would play
付き合おう。
Fortnite for that. I've never played Fortnite, and I would play it for Beto.
ベアトリーチェを殺したのは誰か。
I would make her do every dance, yeah.
そいつを調べろと仰せだ。お前がそれを聞かせてくれりゃ話は早い。
You know how Fortnite, like, crossover characters, like, try to emulate the style of the thing they were from, like Dragon Ball? I'm just imagining, like, a 3D model trying to emulate the style of Ryukishi's sprite art.
気まぐ
That
れ
would be
魔女は大変だ。
hilarious.
お前は厄介払いができて、俺は帰ってダイアナとデートだ。
Who the hell is Diana?
あまり待たせすぎると、またソファー
Tearing
を
up
ズタボ
the
ロにしちまう。
sofa? Is that your dog? Is that gonna be the joke? Is that
ベアトリ
is
ー
that
チェを殺
you
したのは
talk
誰
about
か。
her Deanna like a woman, like your wife, but it's actually your dog?
葬儀に押しかけて遺族に聞くこ
That
と
would be
とは思え
funny.
ません。
That's a common bit.
遺族に聞き込みはミステリーの基本だ。諦めろ。ベアトリーチャってのは当主金蔵の愛人だってのは分かってる。
あなたは本当に不思議な人だ。どうしてそこまで当家のことをご存知なのですか？
I do my reading.
当家に縁のある
My
方な
brain
の
is
で。
large because I read. Will knew this much about the Ushiromiya family because Burncastle had shown him all of the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the Ushiromiya family himself. The very plane of his existence was on a different level. Yeah, he's hanging out in heaven or
ベア
whatever.
トリーチェはだいぶ昔に死んでいる。
Yeah, when she fell off a cliff.
屋敷の竣工前に死んでるってことになってるが、
Also that.
死んだ理由は明らかじゃねえ。正直なところ、殺されたって
We've
の
had a
は
lot of
初耳
Beato
だ。
deaths. She's died a lot. She's probably died as much as anyone, actually, when you think about it, which is probably important.
私の名は後宮リオンと申します。
ウィラードだ。ウィルでいい。
For the first time, Will introduced himself. Their mutual introduction was finally complete, and Leon was finally able to talk with him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile.
ウィルさん、
ウィルでいい。俺もリオンと呼ぶ。
ウィル、正直なところ、私にも
Yeah, it's all really weird.
人物のことが
It's all shrouded by a mystery and hearsay.
なるほど。一応ゲームにはなるわけだ。
If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. Apparently, things wouldn't be so easy after all. I also love not putting effort into things, so I understand Will's position. I understand the feelings
ベアトリーチェ
deeply.
の名と姿を後宮家に出入りするもので知らぬものはないでしょう。
大広間にでかい肖像画が飾ってあるからな。肖像画の掲示は
本当にあなたはどうしてそんなことまで。
He's done his homework.
やれやれ。それを疑問に思うのももうやめることにします。どうせあなたにまた煙に巻かれるんですからね。
Leon was the successor and lived in the head household. That made conversations with Kinzo an everyday occurrence. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who were moody or hard to follow. Yeah, that's true. Kinzo is both of these things. With the understanding that getting stuck on the details would be nothing but a waste of time, the conversation naturally fell into a pattern as though Leon and this unknown man, Will, were longtime friends.
誰もがベアトリーチェを知っている。なのに誰も知らない。会ったことがあるのは当主金蔵だけだ。
当主様は今日は特にお心が不安定でいらっしゃいます。タイミングを見て私が紹介しますので、なるべく慎んだ態度でお願いしますよ、ウィルさん。
話が早いな。てっきりもっと非協力的かと思ってたぜ。
長年当主様のお相手をしていると。
I realized it was pointless and stupid to try to understand anything you're saying, so do whatever, I guess.
ある種の諦めを持って接することができるようになりますので。
Baron Castle had set up a barrier cutting off the chapel from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had already experienced many of Kinzo's rantings, understanding this much was more than enough. So I guess this episode is going to have a lot to do with the chapel and probably that weird, like, poem that's on the top of the doorway arc of the chapel. Because we never, like, answered what the fuck that meant. Though it was mentioned, like, Kumasawa took a picture of it and gave it to her children. The Ushiromiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it was a bit stale and not particularly appealing. Even so, those voracious kids seemed to find it oddly, intensely interesting. Cousins had set up camp around it, with Maria at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in a different corner. Perhaps because of Kinzo's absence, everyone seemed to be a little bit more relaxed.
リオン、どこへ行っていたのですか？そちらの方は。母さん、お客様のお相手をしていました。ウィル、こちらは母の夏日です。
紹介はいらねえ。ただ話を聞かせてくれりゃいい。
え、何かおっしゃいました？
I wasn't paying attention.
何も。こちらはウィルさん。個人に縁ある方だそうです。
With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words.
彼はベアトリーチェのことをより詳しく知りたがっています。母さんはベアトリーチェについては何かご存知ですか？リオン、個人は当主様のかつての恩人です。
Yeah, like 10 billion yen's worth.
そしてそれ以上でもそれ以下の関係でもありません。この葬には当主様が個人への生前の恩を報いるためのお式。そう聞いていますし、それ以外のことは何もありません。ありがとう、母さん。ウィル、母が知っていることはこれだけです。
Natsuhi was eager to deny the scandal about Beatrice being Kinzo's mistress. However, she also had enough sense to realize that the scandal was probably true. Yeah, Kinza real fucked around. Picking up that Natsuhi was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore, Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again.
ウィル、この礼拝堂は当家の敷地内です。
当家のルールに従えってか。
当家の客人にふさわしい口調に改めていただく。話はすべて私を返していただく。その2つを守っていただけるようお願いいたします。
努力すら。
ベルンカステルとかいう魔女に巻き込まれて。
You know, everybody seems to be taking this witch stuff pretty well.
私も協力
And also people showing up to their island uninvited very well.
しかし、あなたと私の立場は対等ですので、それをお忘れ。
育ちがいいだけのお坊ちゃんだと思ってたら、なかなか言うな。
これでも、後ろ宮家の未来を背負う覚悟はありますので。
わかった。仲良く事件を解決しようぜ、ワトソン。
ご協力いただけて嬉しいです。愛病のダイアナを待たせないためにも、餌の時間は大丈夫ですか？
今日は山盛りにしてある。多少は大丈夫だ。
Yeah, it is his cat.
よくダイアナが猫のことだと分かったな。
ソファーを引っかえて待ちわびる女性というのも少々個性的が過ぎると思いました。
I wish I had a huge woman who would scratch my sofas.
それで、まずは誰に話を？
誰でもいい。全員だ。あそこにいるのはクラウスの兄弟たちか。
Oh boy, let's talk.
右からエヴァおばさん。
Let's talk to the siblings. That'll go well.
あちらがルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさん。そしてあちらが
後ろ宮ローザか。少女時代に森をさまよい、隠し館でベアトリーチ。
Yeah, and then she fell off a cliff. It was a whole thing.
驚くまいとは思っていますが、本当にあなたは何でも知っている。
お前もその話は知っているのか？
今日、彼女がそう話しているのを漏れ聞きました。辛そうな話でしたので、聞こえないふりをしましたが。
優等生だな。
Just don't pay attention.
話を聞きたい。
辛そうな話でしたので、聞こえないふりをした優等生の私に？
Yeah. You shouldn't have said nothing if you didn't want him to do it. Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinzo. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at Will.
あら、次期当主様じゃない。そちらの方は？
ああ、エヴァおばさん。
You know, Ev is just like constantly seething right now about this. Evan's got to be seething all the time. That even if Kraus had like a funny plan, Leon will still be the head.
こちらはウィルさん。個人のために献花に訪れてくれました。
んなことはどうでもいい。ベアトリーチェについて知って。
個人と後ろ宮家の関わりについてお話を聞きたいと言っています。
I don't care about any of that. Leon spoke with a bright smile after pinching Will's butt. Was silently protested as if saying, I saw that coming, but damn, that hurt. But Leon just played dumb and smiled at Eva like a model student.
後ろ宮家との関わりって言ってもね。
後ろ宮家とちゅうよりお父さんとの関わりっちゅうべきやろな。
正直に言えばいいのさ。親父の愛人ってな。
愛人なんて言うとまた夏日姉さんに怒られるわよ。
Natsuhi's always yelling.
恩人でしょ。
そうやな。
こんな具合ですが。
ローザ以外には興味ね。
ローザおばさんは確かベアトリーチェ
Yeah, remember when he murdered her? Remember that? This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words made her shoulders quiver.
今日になって急に言い出したのよ。ちょっと信じがたい話だわ。
本当なのよ。
I swear!
ベアトリーチェは私が殺したの。
事件解決だな。
早計です。
Yeah, you got a confession. Good job, I guess. Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Kyrie and Hideyoshi tried to console her.
六軒島はうっそうとした森に包まれてる。私たちが知っているのはそのうちのごくわずか。屋敷とバラ庭園、そして船着き場に向かうちょっとした林道だけ。
誰も知らない広大な森のどこかに親父が隠れ屋敷を作って、愛人を住まわせてるんじゃないかって
Good
話
old
が
Kuadorian.
相当。
ローザさんは多分その隠れ屋敷に偶然たどり着いてしまったっちゅうんやろな。
しかしどうしてローザおばさんがベアトリーチェを殺したなどと。
私が連れ出さなければ彼女は死なずに済んだわ。彼女は無垢なひよこのような人だったわ。私が連れ出したから素直についてきて、何も疑わずに私の後をぴったりついてきて。私が
Yeah, you should have done
あんな
that.
足場の悪いところを歩かせてしまったから。
お前は
You should have told the lady in a giant
崖から
poofy
足を
dress to
踏み
climb
外す
down
こと
a
を
rock
期待して
wall.
そこを歩かせたのだ。
そんなつもりはなかった。ただ海が見たいと思って。
Magane mode to see the truth very well.
歩きづらそうだったから下に降りれば少しは楽になるかなと思って。
それは殺したとは言わねえ。事故だ。
私が連れ出さなければ会わなかった事故よ。私のせいなの。それに私は血まみれの彼女を見捨てて逃げ帰ってしまった。
あんたのせいじゃねえ。ベアトリーチェは海を一度も見たことがなかった。
I am putting on my reading glasses, yes.
あんたが初めて見
I
せた。
gotta read. I'm doing so much reading.
つい浮かれて一歩踏み外しちまったんだろ
And then she died. She busted her head right open.
どうしてあなたはそれを。
う。ベアトリーチェはあんたに感謝こそすれ恨んでるわけもね
そうかしら。
Rosa's already having a breakdown, but so early?
柵の外の世界へ出たいと懇願したのは彼女だろう。お前はその夢を束の間だけ叶えたんだ。俺がベアトリーチェならその束の間の時間をお前に感謝するだろうよ。なのにお前がいつまでも苦しんでると知ったら申し訳なく思うだろう。
I also pity Rosa, but for different
お
reasons.
前に感謝してる。海が青いってことを教えてくれたあんたをな。
本当に。
俺が保証する。
Will made that statement openly and boldly. It wasn't clear how Rosa took those words. However, it had apparently been enough to remind Rosa to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes with it.
ありがとう。
その言葉はベアトリーチェが今もあんたに囁いてる。
Rosa wiped her eyes with a handkerchief one more time and hung her head. It no longer looked like a fitting of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time.
よくもそんな無責任な言葉を堂
Well,
々とかけられ
he
る
doesn't
もので
have
す。
to as long as he's right. It's not making stuff up.
責任がなけりゃ女を慰めることもできねえのか。
多少は見直しました。
Yes, post your evidence. Will, how many years did it torment Rosa? Now, finally, she would be able to face that innocent, smiling Beatrice, who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now, the two of them could finally speak together.
どなたか存じないけれど。
Thanks for the closure, I guess, random mystery man. You ever see... There's like a weird guy in a coat walking up to you, giving you closure for your dead family members or dead loved ones. Don't listen to him.
あんたは20年近くもそれを悩んだ。長すぎだ。彼女はもう勘弁しろと言ってだ。
そうですよ、ローザーバさん。あなたが悲しめば悲しむほど、きっとベアドリーチェも。
あなたまでありがとう。私には私が許されるかどうかわからないけれど、彼女が許してくれるかどうか胸の中で問いかけてみることにするわ。二人ともありがとう。恥ずかしいところを見せてごめんなさい。
綺麗事を言った舌の根も乾かねえうちで恐縮だが、聞かせてほしい。
Talk to me about the big
当
murder.
時のこと。
ウィルさん。
ありがとう。大丈夫よ。話すわ。
Tell me about that giant murder you did, Rosa,
ずっと隠
when
して
you
きた
were a
ことが
baby.
私の一番の罪なのかもしれないから。
You know, next to abusing your
お前
daughter.
がベアトリーチェに出会ったのは正確にはいつ頃なのか。
Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes lightly, reaching back to a past she didn't want to remember.
20年ほど昔の話よ。20... いえ。
You know, close enough.
19年前か18年前かもしれない。ごめんなさい。長いこと無理に忘れようとしてきたものだから、そこは少し忘れかけてるわ。
1967年のことのはずだ。かつて第3のゲームでロノレが赤き真実でそれを確定させている。
そうね。多分1967年。
I don't know. I'm just ignoring the third game Renove part. She doesn't know shit about that.
写真のように鮮明に覚えてる。忘れられないの。
辛かったら無理に話す必要はありませんので。
写真のように鮮明に頼む。痛えぞリオ。
Stop poking me.
家庭
Stop
教師が
pinching me.
私の内緒話を母に告げ口していたのにショックを受けて、あの日私は自暴自棄になって森の奥へ奥へどこまでも駆けていったの。
This tale had also been told in a previous fragment. Back when Rosa was just a kid, she went deep into the forest, found a hidden mansion, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice. Yeah, remember that from like 5 episodes ago?
あの深い森を。
It's relevant again, baby.
あんなうっそうとした森をよくもあんなに深くまで。たくさんの梢や鋭い葉っぱで苛まれたわ。でもあの日の私は気にしなかった。森の奥へ消えることで永遠に消えてしまいたかったし、もし本当に森の奥に魔女の館があったなら、 自分を幸せの国へ連れて行ってくれるか、カエルにでも変えて森の住人に
You
変
wanna
えて
be a
くれると言って
frog?
いたから。
そしてあんたは隠し屋敷クアドリアンにたどり着き、そこでベアトリーチェと名乗る女と出会う。
ええ、あったわ。
そのベアトリーチェは
And is Beatrice in the room with us right now?
同一人物だったか。
ええ、同一人物だったわ。美しい青い瞳、黄金の髪、黒いドレス、まさにあの肖像画通りの人物だった。私はあの肖像画をお父様が掲げた時、私が忘れようとあがいた20年の月日はお父様にとっても同じ。
Yeah, remember that time you killed that lady? Kenzo remembers.
さらなる罪に怯えたわ。
それ本当にローザさんの出会ったベアトリーチェの
What if it was a different lady in a funny costume? Immediately, Kyrie spoke the question that Will had been thinking of. It would be too rash to assume that the Beatrice Kinzo met and the one Rosa met were the same person. The time and generation didn't match up.
ベアトリーチェってのは戦後すぐの頃、親父に黄金を貸し付けた勇敢マダムのはずだぜ。
お父さんは
Big
ベ
gold.
アトリーチェの黄金を元手に後ろ宮家を復興して大金持ちになり、そして六軒島を買い取り移住するんや。ローザさんが出会ったのはそれから10年以上も先の話になるで。
10トンの黄金を自在にできるご婦人が小娘程度のわ
I
けは
know
ない。
she's crazy
ましてや
and
ロー
attractive.
ザが会った頃にはそれからさらに10年以上が経過してる。ローザ、あんたの会ったベアトリーチェはいくつくらいに見えたのよ。
当時の私よりは年上に見えたけれど、それでも多分成人したかどうかという年に見えたわ。そう、まさに肖像画のベアトリーチェくらいの年齢よ。
中年あるいは壮年に見えたか？
大人か子供かって言われたら明らかに子供に近い年齢だったわ。中年なんてとんでもない。
だからそれじゃおかしいのよ。あんたの会ったベアトリーチェとお父様に黄金を与えたベアトリーチェ、年
Now
齢が合
neither
わ
of
な
them
い
will
の
be
よ。
virgins.
つまり別人ということだ。
よく似た同じ名前の別人。
娘かもしれんな。
Is the Beato who gave Kenzo the gold Virgilia? But that would make sense because it's the
親子な
painting.
らよく似とったに違いない。
愛人の娘、ありえるわ。黄金を授けたベアトリーチェとの間にお父さんは隠し。
それがローザの出会ったベアトリーチェ2世ってわけか。年齢的辻褄は合うな。
Beato the second.
なるほど。つまりベアトリーチェと呼ばれる人物は2人いるわけですね。
Kenzo secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. It made sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied, and he scratched at his head.
どうやらこの葬儀は隠したがゆえに弔うことができなかった2人のベアトリーチェのためのようですね。
ローザ、思い出したくねえだろうが、事故の時の話を頼む。ベアトリーチェが転落した時、まだ息はあったのか？
いいえ、目を大きく
No, her head was split open like a watermelon, dude.
頭から真っ逆さまに落ちて、岩浜の岩の鋭い角に頭をぶつけて、それもあの高さから頭部は陥没して裂けてたわ。 美しい黄金の髪がみるみるうちに赤黒く溢れる血
Hate to see it.
一目見て死んだと確信できる外傷だったのか。
ええ、割れた頭の中身を見たわ。それも
I almost misread that as Cracker Barrel, and I was very confused.
あれを見て生きててほしいなんていくらなんでも虫が良すぎるわ。
ウィル、それ以上聞く必要はありますか？
事故じゃもういい。それからあんたはどうした？
一目散に駆け出したわ。
Yeah, her head might have been totally caved in, but did you check her pulse? That means there's no
誰かを
guarantee.
呼びに行くためなんて綺麗事でさえない。その場から一刻も早く逃げ出したかったの。錯乱状態になりながら、涙と荒い息でめちゃくちゃになりながら、そしたらいつの間にか見知ったライオンの彫像に出くわしたわ。
ああ、礼拝堂の前の？
いいえ、裏のよ。とにかく私は屋敷に帰り着いた。誰にも話せない。話したくない。私は夜まで黙っていたわ。ひどい話。
I bet the big lions have something to do with opening up the way to where the gold is kept.
急いで誰かに話し、
They seem like a device, a fucking Resident Evil ass puzzle for Kenzo.
頭蓋骨陥没を救急箱の何で救えたってんだ。お前が殺したわけじゃない。もう気にするな。
それでローザおばさんはどうしたんですか？
ベッドで何度も寝返りを打ったわ。眠れなかった。深夜にこっそり源氏さんに電話して打ち明けたわ。
源氏は何と言った？
自分に全て任せ、誰にもこのことは言わないように。
Good job, Genji. Good job cleaning up that
後
mess.
日きっとお父様に呼び出されてひどく叱られるだろうと。数日の相手もそれはなかった。源氏さんはいつものようにしずしずと仕事をする日々。お父様は相変わらずの書斎ごもりで何もわからない。
少なくとも私たちの耳には入らなかったわ。
源氏さんがうまく処理してくれたんだろうな。
Yep, that Genji is super reliable.
隠し子っちゅうたって血を分けた子供や。その葬式もまともにあげられんかったんなら、そらお父さんも心苦しかったやろな。
それがこの葬儀というわけですね。
それから
私が知っている話はこれです。
俺が知っている話もそれです。
これ以上私は何も隠していない。
I don't know nothing.
全て話
You'll
した。
never get it out of me.
誓うわ。
Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession, but it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had already been little more than a review of information that he already knew.
ありがとう、ローザおばさん。十分ですか？
Well, at least Rosa could get that whole thing off her chest.
これで話は。
十分だ。おさらいにな。
You know, when she killed someone as a child. To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. This was the first time he'd heard all that about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death, but none of it was particularly surprising. Apparently, Rosa didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn more than what was in the fragment Spurn Castle gave him, he would need to find new testimony.
Leon, Kinzo ni
Oh yeah, baby, it's Kinzo's turn. It's been so long since we've had an extended conversation with Kinzo.
あなたはどちらへ？
Yeah, no, that's definitely not. The whole cliff thing is definitely not that much Rosa's fault. I just like bullying her. I'll bully her pregnant again, and then give her child up for adoption, because, come on.
それは失礼。どうぞごゆっくり。
After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he couldn't have seen this last bit. Ha! That's cute. Leon's kind of cute. They're a lot less stoic than they seemed at first. Will returned to the chapel by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting.
どうゲームは
Erica, we just... Burn Castle. I keep saying Erica. Burn Castle, we just started. Like, come on. And he'd come here for a little peace and quiet. As soon as he let out a sigh of relief, that voice rang out.
それは俺が聞くことだ。
Bum 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 bum. It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Burn Castle appeared on top of the altar once more. Beatrice's altar must have been extremely comfortable.
バトラは無能で私を何度もイラつかせたわ。
Where is Battler again?
それに比べあなたは有能だから見ていて安心できる。
Is he just not involved in this game?
後ろ宮バトラの
Battler's no longer a player.
誰の妨害もね。気楽なもんさ。
Yeah, in fairness, all Will has to investigate is like everybody's gathered up for him in one room. Like everybody's gathered up for him and everybody's very cooperative. And they can't move outside of the mansion to do more big murders. They're all just stuck in the chapel, so all he has to do is solve this one big murder. There's not even a peace battler around.
もうそういうゲームは終わったの。
That game was shitty and cringe. My new game is epic and based.
物語は二度楽しめるよ。一度目はめでて、二度目は腹を引き裂いて。
Oh yes, I love tearing out the guts.
俺を肉屋だと思ってやがる。
どう？ベアトリーチェ殺しの犯人は分かる？
It's been like 5 minutes. Give the man a minute.
ローザの告白は過去のかけらですでに知ってる。真新しい情報はない。進展はゼロだ。後ろ宮金蔵が本当のことを喋らねえ限り、これ以上の展開はね。まさか俺が金蔵を口説き落として真相を告白させるってのも
This Kinzo eating beans?
ゲームに含まれてるとは言い出さねえだろうな。
そんなの退屈で死んでしまうわ。真実を語らぬ金蔵はそれ自体が城に守られたキングだけれど、あなたのゲームの障壁になってしまっては面白くない。
拷問はやらねえ。俺の流儀だ。
No
分
torture.
かってる。ゲームマスターとしてあんたに力を与えるわ。金蔵から真実を得られるように。
The detective's authority, huh? Still wearing shoes, Burncastle stepped into the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offerings, and blew hard as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. Then a single petal broke off and drifted down towards Will. No longer gold, but with the shine of a transparent crystal.
探偵権限か。
なに？その間抜けな能力。違うわ。
Oh, this is something else?
観覧席への招待状よ。
感激者権限か。
Theater going authority?
それを元老院の許可なく与えることは禁じられてる。
I am the Senate!
私のゲーム版で誰が禁止すると？
Though she got pretty close to saying that. Though the crystal flower petal danced in the wind, it wouldn't fly away until Will accepted it. He remembered how useful it was to argue with witches and snatched it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared.
せいぜい私を楽しませなさい。
Theater-going authority, huh? I wonder how different that is from the detective's authority.
ついでにあなたも楽しむといい。
Have a good time! Solve the
この
murder.
ベアトリーチェのゲーム版の腹渡がどうなっ
The
てるか。
guts!
あんたも
ねえよ。
You're a huge game board, that means you have huge guts. After Will's rude answer, Berncastle vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around unhappily. When he did, it felt as though his gaze has crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him, near the door that led outside. Oh, hi, Shannon.
失礼しました。声が聞こえたので、どちら様かと思いまして。
シャノンか。今度はお前が受付をしているのか。
はい、カノン君と交代で受付を担当させていただいており
It's
ま
so
す。
funny how obvious they're making it now what Shannon and Cannon's deal is. They're not even trying.
先ほど、
Wait, you don't know?
リオン様に休みを取る
Like
よ
she's
うご命令を賜りましたので。
It's so funny now that you know the truth about them after episode 6 that, like, whenever somebody's like, hey, Shannon, where's Cannon? She, like, falls apart instantly, unable to answer. It's so funny how, like, once Umineko reveals something to you, it, like, doesn't even try to hide it from the cast.
お前もリオンに面識がないのか。
Yeah, you didn't figure it out by now? We're just gonna keep, like, pounding it in. Yeah, episode 6 was the confession. Beato's confession. There's only 16. I didn't realize this at the time, when they, at the end of episode 6, when they said there's only 16 people on the game board. But, that's the exact amount of pieces on a regular chessboard. You know, per person. 16 per person.
10年を務めたお前が名前を言いよどむのはおかしい。
それ
は。安心しな。リオンに面識がねえのは俺もだ。次期当主はクラウスのはず。子供もジェシカだけのはずだ。
Yeah, what's going on here? Why does Shannon know?
なんて一つもなかったはず。
When she realized that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon relaxed. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find that she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more. Why is Shannon aware of this?
後宮家の礼拝堂と思います。でも、どことなく雰囲気が違います。それに、リオン様という方がおられたなんて。
Why does Shannon have, like, meta-awareness?
旦那様も奥様も。
Maybe that's part of the game.
お嬢様も、親類の皆様も、当たり前のようにお話をされています。何が何だか、私、わからなくて。
We've, like, totally forgone the structure of episode 1 to 6, which I guess makes sense because Berncastle keeps saying this is a whole new game.
リオンはベルンカステルが置いた駒だ。奴を置くためにさらに大きな猫箱に変えた。
A larger cat box that is also somehow smaller because it's just the chapel. Several different fragments sewn together. It's as though this is a special stage set up specifically for this game. That's true, party favors. I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chopping down popcorn. This is a special stage. You gotta beat it to get the Chaos Emerald.
10年です。
If you want to see me get the Chaos Emeralds, consider donating. That's a smooth segue, right? I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted Kinzo. Since Shannon has been working here for 10 years, this world takes place in 1986, the stage of Beato's game. In that case, Kinzo shouldn't exist. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago. Berncastle promised that all of the information needed for the reasoning was gathered here. She must have really packed it together to fit everything in. I see, so it really is a special stage.
お前はそれだけの長い間後ろ宮家に仕えてたなら ベアトリーチェのことをどれだけ知っている？
親方様が深く愛された方
Oh, come on.
ぐらいにしか。
It's interesting that Will doesn't seem aware of this one thing that we're all aware of. That Shannon, Canon, and Beato are all one and the same.
それだけか。
Maybe he is, though. He's like pushing her.
島の夜の主と言われていて、
そうだ。夜な夜な屋敷を徘徊するとささやかれる亡霊の名もまたベアトリーチェだ。
That brings the number of Beatrices to 3. The first is the Beatrice from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given Kinzo the gold. The second is the Beatrice from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. Oh, she's got a different sprite. The third is the Beatrice of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night on Rokanjima.
フルドエリカの推理は正しいだろう。もともと六軒島に存在した悪霊の伝説、そこに金蔵のオカルト趣味と謎の女ベアトリーチェの名前や肖像が碑文が次第に加味されていき、黄金の魔女伝説に統合された。そして夜の闇が魔女という人格を得た。それが3人目のベアトリーチェだ。それが連続殺人犯。
You know, maybe I'm misremembering, but did Kinzo himself ever say he got the gold from Beatrice? It feels like that's one thing, part of this we've only ever heard from everyone but Kinzo. But maybe I'm misremembering. Apparently, she didn't understand a word of Will's sudden monologue. Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty.
無理に理解するな。
Yeah, Kinzo is dead in every episode. So that's why, like, can we even trust anything Kinzo's ever said? Or is it just what people believe about Kinzo filtered through them? Is that scene, remember that scene, you know, because episode 1 opens on a scene with, like, Kinzo talking to Nanjo. Is that even real? You think this time I'm overthinking? Okay.
通通にならん。
申し訳ございません。
My point is just that, like,
カノンもリオンのことを知らないのか。
is it even true that Kinzo thinks he got the gold from Beatrice? Maybe that part's just totally made up, based on hearsay, and the legends of the island and all that.
はい。カノン君も私と同じでした。
Canon-kun is the same as me. You can take that sentence to mean many things. Shannon and Canon, is it?
カノンも呼んで二人に話が聞きたい。
And then Shannon's gonna be like, okay, I'll do it, but I have to go into another room, and then Canon will come here. When Will said these words, Shannon's face went blank and her eyes went wide.
申し訳ございません。受付を開けることは許されておりませんので、私には呼びに行くことができません。
Quick, make something up, Shannon.
なら誰か代わりを呼んできて受付を変わらせる。あんたと
Maybe I'm underthinking. I should try to find the exact right amount of thinking.
リオンを知らない3人
But I should never stop thinking, or so I'm
話
told.
がしたい。
受付は一人でいいと仰せつかっております。
二人いちゃいけねえとは言われてねえはずだ。
本日は人手が足りませんので。
Look at her, like, lawyering her way out of this. Out of the way of out of having Shannon and Canon in one room together.
誰がそう命じた？金蔵か？クラウスか？それともリオンか？確認する。
I gotta go.
命令権者です。私は命令に逆らえません。
Oh no, she's breaking down.
その命令権者は誰だ？そいつに交渉する。
交渉などできません。
Oh, hello, Delanner. Okay, I guess it wasn't Shannon after all, it's
私た
Delanner.
ちの命令権者です。
ここへカノンを呼べ。俺は拷問も感激も綺麗だ。
Or maybe it's not, maybe not, because that's Delanner's take, but maybe it's just the weird capitalization isn't the thing. Whatever. So, well, we'll find out any minute now. Slowly, Will pulled his right hand out of his pocket. When he slowly opened his fist, a small, bright glow emanated from it. The flower petal given to him by Burncastle had become a glowing, sparkling mark on his hand. He held that hand out towards Shannon and slowly approached her.
カノンを呼べ。お前たちに確かめたいことがある。
お呼びできません。それでもなお、それをご希望ですか？
Oh yeah, she's just all fucked up.
お前を感激する。
Use my authority.
どうしてもとおっしゃるのでしたら、特別にお呼びすることもできますが。
She's all fucked up. There was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand still in his pocket and his right palm glowing and stretched out towards her. Yeah, Shannon has blue screened a little bit here, because she's being forced to confront her dubious identity. Shannon just stood there, her hands still folded politely in front of her. Her posture, beautiful. And yet, it felt oddly as though windswept drops of rain were sparking and crackling in midair.
カノン君を呼んでまいりますが、よろしいですか？
I love how she's asking, like, are you really sure you want to go through this and break my ego down? Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time. Shannon's face was still kind and gentle. And yet, the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing it. One might mercilessly capture the king in this situation, but high-level players are supposed to calmly tell their opponent about their mistake. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. A matter of courtesy. This was similar to that. Yeah, Shannon walked herself into a bad situation. Some readers were really dense and still didn't get it by the end of episode 6. Man, that is hard for me to believe. Like, come on. She's literally telling him, if you try to get me and Canon in the same space, my identity will break down, and we don't want that. I see. So, after all, do you really want me to have, like, a weird identity crisis right here in front of everyone?
十分だ。二人で交代で受付を頼む。
Slowly, Will lowered his hand.
ご理解いただけまして助かります。
The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. Yeah, I guess maybe if you didn't read episode 6, it's also, I guess something also to take into consideration is that, you know, these were episodes were originally released individually. So, you know, they're coming out like every 6 months. People forget stuff. I get it. Still, I don't know, it was pretty blunt. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they had always been. Oh yeah, not you, Pyropoil. I mean, yeah, if you're reading them back to back, that also means you're having a lot of information thrown at you at all times. But also for, like, people who read the original release. You know, I'm talking about Japanese readers. Having to wait 6 months between every episode. I'm sure you're bound to forget stuff or, like, not get stuff. And then, you know, there's the people waiting on the witch hunt translations, yeah. So, you know, I get it. But still, episode 6 is so blunt. It's so blunt. It literally has Canon and Shannon squaring off to shoot each other to get rid of one identity forever. Footsteps approached them. It was Leon. We're both being very normal here. We're all so normal.
それは何でしょう。そしてそれは得られましたか？
ああ。
お役に立てて光栄です。それは残念。
What a shame.
朝お探しのようでしたら、すぐにでもご用意させましたのに。
金蔵に話はついたのか。
珍しい客人が挨拶をしたがっていると伝えました。お会いするそうです。
ベアトリーチェのことを聞きたいとは伝えたのか。
No, because I didn't want him to start shouting incomprehensibly. With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed.
まあいいさ。こいつを試すだけの話だ。
Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand, without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at this strange gesture.
ご苦労様です。君の名前は確か。
I wonder why Leon cannot remember anybody's name. Is it because they're not fucking real?
シャノンです。そうだった。
This one was made up by a writer.
引き続き受付をよろしく
It's
頼
a
みます。
fiction. We made it up.
肩を冷やさないように。ありがとうございます、リオン様。
Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner.
参りましょう、ミル。せっかく時間をいただけたのです。当主様の機嫌は秋に変わりやすいですよ。いってらっしゃいませ。
And away we go. I'll have to have a delightful conversation with Kinzo, I'm sure, who will not say anything insane.
Willard さんをお連れしました。
Kinzo and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Kinzo was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep. Grandpa, wake up. That's right, phase transition your eyes. Kinzo slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will. Grandpa's sad.
ウィル。
ウィラードだ。お悔やみ申し上げる。
ベアトリーチェの葬儀に訪ねてくるとは、そなたは何者なのか。
誰でもない。誰とも関係ない。深く考えるな。
Don't think about it too hard. Don't try to understand anything.
もう少し言葉遣いにご注意をお願いいたします。
Smile.
おかしな客人だ。それで、この私に何用か。
ベアトリーチェのことを聞きたい。
何？
Oh no, don't get him started. Kinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct.
聞いてどうする？お前は誰でもないのである。ベアトリーチェのことを知ってどうするといい？何の意味があるというのか。
俺が誰でもないからこそ、お前の物語を公正に聞き、残すことが
I am 100% objective.
お前はじきにこの世を去るだろう。その時、ベアトリーチェのことを何も語らずに死んだなら、お前の子供たちは
See, that seems like a hint. I was just talking about how, like, how much of Beatrice do we know is actually stuff Kinzo said or stuff that the family made up based on their observations of Kinzo.
面白い若造だ。お前は遺言屋を気取ろうというわけか。だが、それは余計なお世話というものよ。ベアトリーチェは
I'll never let anybody have her story.
誰が何を語ろうとも、私とあれの物語は誰にもけなせん。クラウスたちがどう曲解しようとも、痛くも痒くもないわ。
I don't believe you. I think it's actually very vexing to you.
親方様は遺言を好まれます。
Will, the master is not fond of wills.
生きているうちより
Man, the double meaning is so
何
funny.
事かを投げ出すお方ではございません。
だろうな。 らしからぬこととは思っていた。
That did sound a little out of
誠意
character.
ある限りあがいてこそ人間であろう
A
が
little OOC.
それを早々に諦め遺言に残そうという浅ま
I am giving nothing to my children.
確かに
They have to solve my riddles 3.
死ぬかもしれないから過去語りを記せと言い出すのは確かにお前の柄じゃねえ。
当主様がベアトリーチ様のことを深く愛しておられたことは存じ上げております。私たちにとって当主様は最大の尊敬の対象であるとともに生きるすべての模範です。どうか迷える私たちのためにいかにしておじい様が彼女を愛し抜いたか、その愛の強さを私たちにお導きくださるようお願いすることはできないでしょうか。
なかなか達者だ。
あなたが言葉を選ばないからです。
若ず、お前はベアトリーチェの何を知っている
Only a
と
little
いう
bit.
のか。
I know that her mental illness was
真に無知な
legendary.
る者は関心さえ持たん。
Actually, we have a lot of legendarily mentally ill
無
people
知
in
な
this
る者
cast.
ではなく、縁なき者でもない。
道理だな。俺が知っているベアトリーチェはお前がかつて六軒島に屋敷を設ける以前に出会った最愛の女だ。しかしおそらくは死別して娘を
I could, in fact, say the mental illness runs in the family.
それがクワドリアンで育てられていた娘だ。
Oh.
ウィラードさん、当六軒島にはクワドリアンなる建物は存在いたします。
Deny, deny, deny. Come on, we've been there.
そのクワドリアン
Well,
という名前
fuck. We've only been to Kuadori in episodes after too, so maybe it's not
さ
real.
っきローザおばさんと話した時にも口にしていました。それは一体何なんですか。
察しはついてるはずだ。愛人の娘を囲う六軒島の森の奥深くにある隠し屋敷の名だ。
面白い。クワドリアンの名を知ろう。
Oh, okay, alright, never mind.
続けよ。お前に興味が出
They only denied it for like a minute. To so doubt in me for but a moment. Kinzo shrugged and grinned.
クワドリアンにいたのはベアトリーチェの娘だろう。だが少なくともお前はそう。
I don't know if I think this is true. I don't think it was her daughter.
ほう。ならば何だと思っていたというのか。
後ろ宮ローザはクワドリアンにて多少の身の上
My personal theory about the different Beatrices after the original is that they're all people from that orphanage that are sometimes taken on as servants in the Ushiromiya household. I think Kinzo is just trying to make new Beatrices by like mentally fucking them up.
その中で
He's just like, okay, orphan baby, you're Beatrice now.
金蔵と呼んでいる。これはお前を前にしても同じだ。彼女はお前を父と思っていると言ったにも。
I might be way off base with that though. Who knows? That one's the trickier one that I have trouble with.
呼ばなかった。
I don't feel like I've gotten a lot of good hints about it. But maybe I have and I just haven't noticed. It's entirely possible. Don't tell me anything. I'm here to solve a mystery. I have to figure it out on my own.
それは何だというのか。
生まれ変わりだ。お前は娘を忘れがたみだとは思わなかった。
See, I think this is part.
死んだベアトリーチが新しい体で。
I think Kinzo genuinely believes he can just shove Beato's soul into a new puppet shell.
源氏、あんたはかつて夏日たちの前で金蔵とベアトリーチェに子供はいなかったと証言したことがあるな。
記憶にございません。
I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, this game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. However, near the end of the first game, when the survivors had all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together, and he denied it, saying, I have not heard of anything like that.
聞いたことがないか。ある意味で金蔵の腹心らしい模範的な返答と言える。
I wonder if this episode will involve a lot of this. Like, okay, here's all the hints I gave you in the previous episode. See if you can piece it together before we give you the answer.
ウィル、何の話か分かりませんが、当主様への冒涜は許しません。
Sounds like bullshit, Will.
冒涜じゃねえ。
Sounds like you're just making things up.
推理だ。だが、心は理解する。
The heart!
ベアトリーチェはお前にとって最愛の女だった。死んでも色あせることなく永遠に。生まれた時から生まれ変わりだと思っていたわけじゃねえだろう。だが、美しい金髪に青い瞳を持ち、その面影を幼くして持ち合わせていたその娘に、お前は次第に生まれ変わりではないかと信じるようになったとして、それはおかしいことじゃね
え。親方様、よろしいのですか?
Shall I beat this man to death? Shall I drag this rude child out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past.
娘は美しく育ち、生き写しになった。お前は狂気したろうな。
Now, Will's a little bit more serious and level-headed about it, but I feel like he's bullshitting just as much as Battler does, on the average.
それでお前が全て満たされていたかは
I wonder if he knows that. I wonder if he's, like, just fishing for a reaction from Kinzo here.
なぜなら、お前にとってベアトリーチェは生まれ変わりであっている。
Right is many things.
当の本人にとっては、そうではなかったからだ。
なぜそのようなことがわかるのか。
本人は自分がベアトリーチェと呼ばれることに違和感を拭えずにいた。人は生まれながらに与えられた自分の名前に違和感を覚えることはない。だが彼女は覚える。それはベアトリーチェという名が自分のものではないことを彼女が自覚していたに他ならない。
In Kuidorian, she asked both Kinzo and Rosa about who she was.
わらわは何者なのか。
She did say that. Yes, see, you can hear the voiceover quote right now.
わらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。それは確かに、そなたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。しかし、それはわらわではないのだ。わらわには魔法。わらわはその魔女の魂を。
She's a lot like the Beatrice of episode 6.
記憶はいずれ戻ったのだ。あれは紛れもなくベアトリーチェの生まれ変わり。
I think this is what Kinzo believes anyways. Who knows if it's the objective truth? After all, truth is different for every individual.
我が魔術の儀式によって
I think Kinzo's definitely a true believer in all this magic bullshit.
取り戻しつつあった。
Like, I don't think he was ever lying about that.
驚くことじゃねえ。これまでのゲームの情報を並べりゃ導かれる。そのままの答えだ。上層のベアトリーチェはそれを指して、死んで逃れた魔女の魂を逃さず、肉の体に捕らえて閉じ込めたと。そして、記憶も力も封じられていると例えた。その解釈も、この推理なら筋が通る。
ウィラード様、親方様は偉大なる魔法の儀式により、
Genji also may be like a true believer. Or at least humoring Kinzo to the extreme.
それを否定することはできません。
忘れられない思いも、そして金蔵がどれだけベアトリーチェという女を深く愛していたかも、忘れがたみにどういう愛情を注ぐかは人の勝手だ。
I mean, it's a little weird. I think it could be like child protective services businesses.
金蔵が愛ゆえに特別な感情を持ったとしても、俺はそれを人間らしい感情だと思うぜ。
お前に我が愛が理解できるという
A little bit. I mean, you're kind of crazy
理
though.
解する資格はねえ。だが否定する資格もねえ。
Oh, Beatrice.
私を許してくれ。
Kinzo sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn, and raised her that way. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions on someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Then, the Beatrice of Kuwadorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. And then she fucking ate shit. Remember that time Rosa totally beefed it? That woman simply couldn't believe that she was the Beatrice Kinzo desired. She couldn't stand the fact that she didn't understand who she was, and she wanted to escape to the outside world. Yeah, that didn't end well, did it? It sure didn't. Doo-doo-doo. Then, she fell from the cliff and died.
現状表に出せぬその死を内々で処理した。
With his ninja skills.
そうしきったのは
Genji's a very ninja-like person.
生きてる人間が
Remember that time he like threw a knife at the butterfly like a throwing star?
それが
That was pretty
で
cool.
きなかった。だからただれたんだ。
ベアトリーチェ。
Ooh, desire.
あんたは愛人の娘。いや、ベアトリーチェを二度失った。その悲しみを表に出すことができず、胸の奥に押し込み、それがやがてただれて狂気に変わった。
Yeah, you're fucking
そ
crazy,
れが晩
dude.
年まで異常なまでのオカルト趣味に駆り立てる。
ベアトリーチェ。
Oh, great, you got him started. Grandpa's going off his rocker
な
again.
ぜに二度までも私の前から去るのか。お前の微笑みを、その美しい髪を、瞳を、私は二度も抱きしめながら、なぜに二度も死すのか。それほどまでに私を。
By now, Kinzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. He sometimes scratched at his head in anguish, sometimes faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kinzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of a door closing. When they turned around, she was already there. Kumasawa had appeared. I love it when Kumasawa appears.
ここまでをご存知でしたら、もうすべてをお話ししても
Oh
よろしいのではありませ
yes,
んか。
I love it when secrets get revealed to me for free.
そこまでを知るならこれ以上何も語ることなどないとも思うが
Random Kumasawa
いいえ
event.
語るべきでございます。私は女としてクワドリアンのベアトリーチェ様のお心を誰かに伝えねばと思ってまいりました。そしてその資格を持つ人間が現れました。今こそすべてを包み隠さずお話しすべき時かと存じます。
Oh, I love it when the mystery story says it's time to tell all.
熊沢さんは知っているのですか、ベアトリーチェのことを。
知ってるだろ。第4のゲームの時、連絡船の船長は熊沢が
Yeah, that bitch was all up in that place. Kumasawa was probably very trusted by Kinzo considering how long she's been here.
おそらく熊沢は屋敷とクワドリアンの双方で異なる勤務シフトを持っていたに違いない。若い娘の世話だ。育児経験の豊富な熊沢はさぞ重宝されただろう。
さようでございます。乳母であったとおっしゃっていただいてもよろしいかと。
Murgo's wet nurse?
そんな。
そんな。Oops. I accidentally clicked off. There we go.
信じられない。本当にウィルさんの話は本当なんですか？
That boy knows what he's talking about.
はい、事実でございます。ベアトリーチェ様のために島の反対側に建てられた秘密の屋敷クワドリアンの存在は真
A
実で
secret
ござい
second
ます。
mansion.
金蔵が正妻といつ結婚したかは知らねえが、当
His official
すで
wife.
に莫大な財
It's a
産を
funny way to put it.
六軒島を丸ごと買い取った金蔵は交わらぬ2つの屋敷を建てて、そこに2つの生活を両立させたんだ。
Here's my official wife and my second secret wives. Kinzo's children had also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities at the time. It probably hadn't been easy to maintain two separate lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time.
親方様はお時間の許す限りクワド時にはご出張
I
と
mean,
偽
I know
られ
Rogunjima is
何
a
日も
fairly
滞在
large
され
island, but I'm kind of impressed nobody ever stumbled upon this thing except for Rosa.
ベアトリーチェ様との生活を大切になさいました。それは親子としての関係だけでなく、亡きベアトリーチェ様への深い愛を垣間見れる。
I wouldn't call it heartwarming, kind of creepy, but you know, I get it.
それは亡きベアトリーチェの代用品として扱ったこともあったと言っているようにも聞こえるな。
おや、そう聞こえたなら申し訳ございません。ベアトリーチェ様は父からの愛は一心に受けられていたでしょう。しかし時にご自身に理解できぬ愛を強いられていた
It was a little bit fucked up.
否定できません。
It's pretty fucked up, actually. Kumasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinzo. As a mother who had raised many kids, Kumasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was sometimes misplaced. However, the more she grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted. Yeah, twisted's a good word for that.
なじれ我が友よ、分かっておる。
I was kind of fucked up, you're
我
right.
が愛は永遠に不滅。
We doing a little bit of fucked up incest,
それ
yes.
が間違った相手に注が
I
れた
believe that is the
ことがあった
implication here.
私は認めねばならぬ。
I was a little fucked up and crazy. Sorry about that.
そんな。まさか。
リオン様、世の中のすべての人間には身に覚えがなくとも必ず何かの縁がございます。その縁が人に絡みつき引き寄せるのでございます。
そんな。おじいさま。
Grandfather, that's really gross. Just as Kinzo had done, Leon also wiped tears away and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle. I did notice, you know, somebody said Leon's gender was ambiguous before. I do notice they, like, very specifically avoid pronouns with Leon.
もう語る時ではございませんか。
そうか、その時が来たか。
It's time for Kinzo's tell-all.
あんたが語らなきゃ何も真実は明らかにならない。
親方様、もはや
The console release of Umineko had to censor the incest? That's interesting because they don't even outright say it here. They don't even outright say they were fucking. Just like a very heavy implication, using the word love.
分かっている。今日という私の気まぐれな葬儀に天のベアトリーチェが贖罪の機会を与えた。
I don't know if that's where she is, but okay.
今日まで話さなかったことを許せ。
After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered the hands that had been covered to his face and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes.
おじい様。
リオンも聞け。客人ウィラードと言ったか。
ああ。
この私が自らの口より真実を話せるうちに
The truth will set you free, as they say.
お前はきっとベアトリーチェより使わされた天の使いに違いない。感謝する。
その機会を設けたのはベアトリーチェじゃねえ。
It's another fucked up Skrunko witch. Don't worry about her.
どっちも魔女には違いね。
お前が誰でもよい。私に機会を与えた。それで十分だ。感謝するぞ、ウィラードとやる。
Kinzo slowly stood up and held it out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Yeah, we're getting this. Give him the old spicy theater-going keychain. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was the power that Burncastle had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others couldn't see it.
今こそ語ろう。私がベアトリーチェにベアトリーチェ・カスティリオに出会ったのは終戦。
She's Italian?
彼女は海の向こうからやってきた。
This is interesting, because I don't know if the theater goers' authority is like objective, like the detective's authority is. Oh my god, is this young Kinzo? It's just edited Battler sprites with the white hair, so you know it's Kinzo.
お前は金蔵なのか?
Oh yeah, I know that Asmo Werner. He was a young man during World War II.
昔のおじい様です。写真で見たことがあります。これは一体。
ベルンカステルのくれた感激者の力だ。無理に理解するな。
I guess the detective's authority is like the ability to objectively understand things as they are right now. Theater goer's authority is like understanding all events in the story and witnessing them.
頭痛になら。
He can like, we can hold hands and see their flashbacks because we're witnessing, as a theater goer, we're witnessing the whole of the story.
分かってきたな。
At one time, Genji told Battler that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Yeah, we sure does! Sure enough, the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Battler. They looked very similar.
改めて名乗ろう。
Oh no, it's Daisuke Ono, like pretending, like talking like Kinzo.
私が後ろ宮金蔵である。
This is very funny.
おじい様。
Even the voice seemed to resemble Battler's somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other.
私は後ろ宮家など継ぎたくはなかった。
It's so funny, it's Daisuke Ono just talking with Kinzo's cadence.
私が当主に選ばれたのは運命のいたずらに過ぎぬのだ。
Hang on. Whenever a young Kinzo is on screen again, I gotta look at the pachinko sprites. Yeah, Leon got sent to the Mind Palace too.
そうです。おじい様は若くとも聡明。
Actually, have I seen Leon's pachinko sprite?
若くしてお持ちの方でしたから。
Oh yeah, I have. That's right, I did. Okay, let me look at this. Why are you so long? What's wrong with why the long face, Kinzo?
とんでもない。欲深な長老たちは互いの利益ばか
He
りを
looks
主
so
張し
funny. He looks so funny.
新しい当主を選び出すことさえできなかったのだ。まるで
I need to see like another expression.
新しき船長は誰かと議論す
I
る
need
よ
to
う
see
に
another
動かす
expression with young Kinzo.
だからこそ本家の誰ともしがらみのないお前が突然に抜擢を受けた。
すべて
Okay, I don't want to look at this anymore. I don't want to look at that anymore.
足の指が一本ずつ足りなかったなら我が人生は全く異なるものになっていた。
Yeah, if only I didn't have my fucked up genetic deformity of 6 toes. In the Ushiromiya family, polydactyly was seen as a mark of good fortune. After all, many of the great ones in their family history had possessed it.
くだらぬ話よ。長老どもは自分たちの誰も得をしない馬の骨であれば誰
たまたま分家筋に両足の指が6本ある者がいると耳に入り、それでいいと決まったわけか。
そういうことだ。長老ども自分たちの操り人形になるならどこの青二歳でもよかったのだ。むしろ帝王学に無知な人間ほど好ましい。
おじい様。
リオン、お前は違う。お前は我が全てを受け継ぐものだ。
I mean, unless somebody else solves that funny riddle.
お前が生を受けた日よりそれは運命づけられていた。だからこそお前に銀の指輪を与え厳しく育ててきた。そなたは私とは違う。誰にも恥じることのない立派な当主は後継ぎであ
You're
る。
so perfect, Leon. Even Kinzo loves you.
はい。
Good night, Pyro Poyo. Thanks for watching.
操り人形の当主か。気楽なものじゃねえだろうな。
As he pondered about where to begin, Kinzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back painful memories no matter where he started from.
あれはあまりに長い長い灰色の日々であった。それは私には岩に蒸す苔のように。
Well, I hate it when that happens.
気の遠く
You
な
know,
る
to other people.
長い
I've never died, of course.
死んだ時間。
However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days as though I had been killed, I was not killed. So I was forced to search for death on my own. I don't know why the voice stopped. That was weird. Before I had realized it, I had reached an age at which the young would laugh at me if I tried to call myself young. That dizzyingly long stretch of gray was left completely empty. It lasted for a full 20 years. Okay, I guess he's done... I guess they didn't want to pay Daisuke Ono to narrate all this. In 20 years, a person can be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. In short, if one truly became a human only when they had become a working adult, then I spent a period of time long enough to create a human, doing nothing more but playing the part of those greedy elders' puppet. Ironically, though that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. My mind alone was still as young as it had been during those rich, happy days before I was summoned to Odawara. And yet my body alone grew older and older. Eventually, the vast gap between the two reached almost incomprehensible levels. So I could hardly believe that the worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. The head of the Ushiromiya family was just a name. It had no power. It didn't require that I have any independence. There was no need for me to get involved with anything. I was just a doll sitting there on the doll rack, gathering dust. I remembered nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself up inside my own world, doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks. And it lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, I suddenly had a wife I did not know. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It It was the daughter of some noble family that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons. But that did not matter to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. Oh, he hit fast forward on the click remote. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job of the Ushiromiya family head. Do I think Kinza read Hegel? Almost certainly.
このまま自分は静かに殺されるなど
Okay, Daisuke Ono is back to narrate more.
信じられません。強胆なる名君と称えられたおじい様がそのような日々を送っていたなんて。
Yeah, it really sucked.
リオンよ、自ら生きぬ人生ほど希薄で長いものはない。なのにそれはあっという間に過ぎ去るのだ。心せよ。
自ら生きる人生。
生きるってことは意志を持つということだ。
So true, bestie.
殺された日々だったろうよ。
そうだ。私は生きたかった。
Okay, we really need to do something about this outfit, baby Kinzo. This is...
死に操り人
It's really
間は
bad.
どうすれば死ねる。
I know it's supposed to be like a 40s outfit, but it's bad.
糸を断ち切ることです。
Yes, cut the puppet strings!
そうだ。それが死ぬことであり、生きることであり、解放だ。
I love cutting puppet strings. Before I realized it, trouble was brewing in the world. World War II. The Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppet. So the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Ushiromiya family had almost completely collapsed. And since the elders had apparently gathered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use for me. So I realized that I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from, and began to search for a place to end my life.
戦地で死を求めようとしたのか。
Signed up for that there
同じ死ぬ
military.
誰かの役に立つべきと思った。いや、違うな。私には自らの命を絶つ気力さえなかったのだろう。もっともらしく死ねる理由が戦争だったのだ。
おじい様は土木建築の知識がありましたので、海軍設営隊にて施設造成などに従事されたと聞いています。
とんだ誤算よ。何の取り柄もないと言っておけば、すぐにも死ねる最前線へ送られたもの。
They made you build stuff back in the home front.
最前線に行かずに済んだのか。
幸いと喜ぶ仲間もいたよ。私には逆だった。戦って死ぬという出来すぎた美酒の焼け酒が欲しかっただけなのだ。忘れられた島の上空を米軍の編隊は横切っていくだけ。
Oh yeah, I wonder which island.
彼らは私のために爆弾一つどころか鉛玉の一つさえ恵んではくれなかったのだよ。
That's right. I don't want to build infrastructure for the government. I want to run into gunfire and die a glorious, useless death.
おじい様はその日々の中でベアトリーチェにお会いになられたのですか？
そうだ。あれは海からや。
Woman from the sea.
どこであった？島と言ったが。
ここだよ。この島にやってきたのだ。
お前たちは六軒島で出会っていたというのか。
どういうことですか？おじい様が六軒島を買い取るまでは
That was a lie.
聞いています。この島に日本軍の基地があったなど
I made it up.
初耳です。
How do you think we have all this weird infrastructure leading under the island to Kuwadorian?
そうだな。 あんなものは基地とは呼ばぬ。ただの岩窟よ。
Yep, see?
私はその岩窟の番人だったのだ。
1944. Due to the honorable defeats at Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. I love the honorable defeats. Where had the gallantry shown at Pearl Harbor gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the... Should I do like an old newscaster voice for it? At that time, it was said that the last trump card for the Japanese military was a type of manned torpedo known as the Pt.10. It was said that these ultimate weapons, packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, were capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijo Island to Yokosuka, all to house submarines loaded with Pt.10 torpedoes. Is that what those are? I thought oh, those are like the torpedoes. They would put guys inside, and they would like pilot the torpedoes into ships and die with them, right? Yeah, the manned torpedoes. That's what those are, the Pt.10? I didn't know that's what they were named. I just heard of them.
しかしそれが六軒島にもあったなんて。
どこの間抜けがこんな何もない島に作ろうと言い出したやら。一苦情の都合。バカバカしい。お上の考えることなどわからぬし。
The silence fucking useless as a strategic point. Why are we here? Let me look up images of them. Okay, I will do that now. Pt.10 torpedo. Is it just like a... I just assumed it would be like a normal shaped torpedo and there's just a little hatch for a guy to sit in. Let me see here. Oh my god. It's like a little tiny submarine. Why does it have a gun on it? I thought the whole point was just to pilot it into it and like blow up with it. Hang on, I'll put this on the screen. Allow me to put this on the screen. Give me a sec. It's not letting me do it. So I'll have to do this a long way. I can't drag and drop. So I just gotta... 15 people died during training accident? That seems like ridiculous. This seems like a very failed experiment. As one would expect for manned torpedoes, I don't know what was wrong with the regular torpedoes. Surely Japan had those. Pt.10, okay, the file name here is Pt.10 Type 1 on display at the Yushukan in October 2008. Oh, this is very big. This is what a Pt.10 torpedo looks like. See, why does it have a little turret on it? I can't imagine that was very useful. Isn't the whole point of this just to pilot it into something? Or is that not a turret? Is that like a giant snorkel? The turret is... Oh, it's not on top of it. It's behind it. Okay, so the perspective was weird. Give me a break. Okay, okay. That turret looked like it was attached to the top, but it's not. It's just a thing behind it, like a little tank. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there's that... The periscope is in the back here. I thought the thing up in front of the periscope was a turret attached to the torpedo. Sorry, it's just behind it. The perspective was weird. See, I thought I was looking at this. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't seem very useful to me. Like, I don't know. Surely the Japanese Navy had just regular-ass torpedoes? I can't imagine... like a guy driving the torpedo could do a better job than regular ones. Although the warheads were only dummies, the impact at ramming speed was enough to both cripple the Pt.10 and severely injure the pilot. Yeah, no shit. The Kaiten, which could finish off a large warship with a single strike, truly was an old... Once the Kaiten is mass-produced... It is really funny how the more you learn about Japan's side of World War II, so much of Zeon is in Gundam is like making fun of how stupid the Japanese military was for going all Imperial. American torpedoes had borked guidance for the first few years of the war? I see. So I guess they hadn't they hadn't figured out guidance systems yet. But still, I feel like manual aiming still better than putting a guy in there and asking him, okay, drive to the enemy ship and just throw yourself in there. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off of Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island of Rokenjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base. I really want, like, later in this episode or in episode 8, they explore the cave more and they just find a submarine. That would be awesome. Like, Kinzo just still has a submarine here for some reason. Strapping 20 kilos of C4 to my chest and driving my bike into an enemy tank. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. I mean, it might. That's a lot of C4.
建設岩窟を掘り広げただけをしかもその
I mean, lots of bases are caves.
基地は未完成のまま放置されたのだから
どうしてです？
Because it was really stupid. Have you heard... Why? I wonder why the base for Japanese's military establishment in World War II would be abandoned. I wonder what could have happened to cause this. Oh, that's even sillier. We all of our submarines got fucked up. We can't even use these anymore. That's true. Japan didn't do a great job in World War II, I feel. I feel like joining up with that Hitler guy was a bad idea from the start. Once the Kaiten torpedo is mass-produced. The base on Hachijo Island was outfitted with Kaiten torpedoes and became a base for direct attacks, but Rokenjima was never supplied with any. Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended, and a minimum number of men were stationed on the island waiting for orders from above that never came. Could the fact that it was a hidden base actually have sealed our fate? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt, all the while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospects of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here, and before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I had hoped and hoped for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. Those days were empty and blank. Let us go back. Back to the turning point in my life and my fate. The time that Ushiro Mio Kinza finally became truly alive. Oh boy. We're really in the Kinzo backstory hour. Stars seemed to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but that'd only make him more angry. I've got no intention of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason, so I got up and stood at attention. The fighting's close, is it? You really think that the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? Then let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time. I mean, I don't know, those Americans are doing a really efficient job of handling us. I got hit again. Could you please quit your whining already? Filthy cowards. They let themselves be controlled by this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't of any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans tend to rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. Who is this white-haired battler? Oh, you're here late, huh? We're in the Kinzo flashback dimension. Well, I don't think Kinzo's 14 here. He's in the military. He's got to be older than that. I don't think even World War II Japan was letting 14-year-olds in. And also that, yeah, he said he was like just lazing around for 20 years before the war started. For these young, inexperienced soldiers, anger was a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. Anger is the wine they used to paralyze their fear. It made them chant, "Damn the British, damn the Americans," as they swung their bamboo spears around and called it drilling. The more wine you drink, the more you need to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up day after day without pause. I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me. Yeah, Kenzo's an old guy. He's got to be in like his I think they said he's like in his 80s in 1986. So yeah, he's got to be in like his 30s or 40s, but in World War II. However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy. And they just called it cowardice, even though those are two different kinds of emotions. First, Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Rokenjima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence, and would often reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. Whenever he was in a good mood and started spouting off stories of his life, they were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on about how so-and-so was a prick, so he taught him a lesson, or how everyone was so scared of him that he got special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though he was a badge of honor. Normally, I had nothing to do with this lieutenant who I couldn't respect in any way. He'd always hang around with his non-commissioned subordinates, so as long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island has been suspended indefinitely, there's no longer any use for an engineer like me. So why did the lieutenant ask to see me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything. Yeah, that lieutenant's a fucking idiot. It's like, well, I used to be a rebel, now I'm in the army. It's so cool. Yeah, you're so cool now. Remember that everybody who's ever fought for their country is a clown. Oh, that was weird. That lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. Since he also felt uncomfortable about having a subordinate who was older than him, I wasn't exactly the type he'd be willing to confide in. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride. Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave of an uninhabited island that even our superiors forgot about? His question made it clear that some guests had arrived on Rokenjima who would need an interpreter. Hello, Jojo the Cold. That evening, I found out exactly what he was thinking about. That pointless submarine dock in the cavern that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. What is this seeing? The singing in the background is very funny sounding. I guess it's meant to sound operatic because Italian? Of course, I knew that the Italians were our allies. However, this was the first time I'd seen anything from their military with my own eyes.
どうしてイタリア軍が確か1943年に
Didn't
イタリア
they?
は降伏しているはずです。これはどういうことでしょう
This is the part where we learn about the Lance of Longinus and how it kept all the superheroes out of World War II.
降伏したのはイタリア王国だ。だが、それを受け入れない者たちは
The RSI? I haven't actually heard about this one.
戦争
RSI
イタリア社会共和国、別名サロ共和国。
詳しい何も知らぬ者はイタリアは枢軸国の中で1943年にいち早く降伏した腰抜けなどと呼んでいる。それは間違いだ。
That's what that one movie is based off of? What
イ
movie?
タリア社会共和国軍は開戦から1945年4月
Only
29
some of the Italians
勇
surrendered.
敢に戦った。
Sallow or the 120 Days of Sodom? Okay, I've never heard of that one, but I guess that's what it's about, is this.
腰抜けどころか大健闘だな。しかし RSI 海軍は日本まで航行できるような潜水艦を持っていたとは驚きだ。
そうでなくともはるばる日本までやってきたこと自体が驚きです。
Yeah, what's the Italians? You have no idea what Bernkastel is up to? Welcome to the club.
彼らはなぜ日本に六軒島に
The submarines was both weather-worn and massive. I doubt anyone had even imagined that a foreign submarine would come all the way out here, when we never even had one of our own submarines dock. You heard about it from that guy with one of those that guy with glasses? Oh yes, film Brad, whatever. Man, that's a blast from the past. I haven't watched any of those people in ages. It must be like going on a decade now. Cinema Snob, that was the guy. Yeah, that's a real blast from the past. I remember him. I haven't watched any of those that guy with the glasses people in ages. Ages! Oh man. I haven't thought about them in about as long. He's still going? I see. Yeah, I'm definitely not interested in that style of capital C content anymore. All of the guards on Rokenjima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention as the submarine docked.
イタリア軍なんて初めて見たぞ。なんでも事故かショクライで航行不能になったんだと。
A mine?
換気装置がやられて塩素ガスが換気できなくなったって聞いたぞ。
I definitely grew out of, thinking about that guy with the glasses people. I definitely grew out of that style of, like, internet reviewer person, like, a long time ago. Really not my style. I don't want to see mediocre, like, white guys yelling into a camera ever again. Lankara? Oh my god. The Lightbringer. The Lightbringer. Don't remind me. Oh my god, chlorine gas? How are they alive?
暗号変換器か新型エンジンなんかの設計図じゃない。俺は積みにうんぬんより上層部がまだここを覚えててくれたことの方が驚きだぜ。
後ろ宮、早く貴様は通訳だろうが。
はい、注意だ。
On top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like those of a sailor, and it really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant that all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen this sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I'm not sure how long ago the accident happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. It sure can't! How are they alive? Not only had the ventilators broken, but traveling about carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan these days would be foolish in the extreme. Chlorine gas, like, fucking kills you, doesn't it? Like, it suffocates you, doesn't it? It had been like a trip inside a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on somebody else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat.
私がこの島の指揮官であることを説明せよ。ようこそ日本へ。
Aw, they didn't have Daisuke Onna try to speak English?
英語がわかるの。
They just put the brackets around it signifying that he's speaking English, like a comic book does. The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted.
ようこそ日本へ。艦長でありますか。
I can not speak English. Please wait.
That's what an Italian trying to speak English sounds like. The officer answered in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English. Among them.
後ろ宮、何と言っている？
待てと言っています。英語のわかる人間を呼んでいるのかもしれません。
At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's. Here she comes. Oh, no, this outfit!
私、英語わかるわ。
As she came down from the hatch, a woman with the beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she was seemed like an angel descending upon us.
ようこそ日本へ。艦長はいますか。
艦長は死んだわ。しかも
You know, the gas. On account of the chlorine gas.
お悔やみ申し上げます。何かお手伝いはできますか。
新鮮な空気と水が欲しいわ。まだ息のある人間もいる。休ませる場所が欲しいわ。
協力しましょう。
It's honestly really impressive that any of them are alive living with chlorine gas.
他に英語のわかる人間はいますか。
いたけどみんな死んだわ。
How convenient.
私だけよ。
後ろ宮、女は何を言っている？艦長は誰だ？さっきの男なのか？その女は何者なのか？早く通訳しろ！
The lieutenant has been yelling like that for a while now. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from a submarine, and more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was.
注意殿、彼女だけが英語をわかるようです。彼女が彼らの通訳になります。艦長は死亡。代表者は先ほどの士官のようです。
あのうるさくあなたに叫んでいる男は何者？まさかあなたの上司なの？
I love how she's immediately like, man, this guy sucks.
不幸なことに、私が美しいお嬢さんを独り占めしているのが気に入らないんでしょう。
あら、東洋人にお世辞をもらえるとは思わなかったわ。綺麗な英語ね。
Good old school World War II
あ
racism.
なたの育ちが良さそうだわ。あの怒鳴ってるみっともない男とは大違い。あなたがここの将校だったらよかったのに。
Yeah, I guess they could have used gas masks. Let's cool it on the anti-Asian remarks. Yeah, I guess there was some gas masks on the submarine, so some guys probably managed to get to them before, you know, they died from the incredibly toxic chlorine gas. I imagine just living off of a gas mask is probably not healthy, though. Like, it can only do so much to filter out the chlorine.
おや、私も
Yeah, if the filter starts going bad, you're breathing in just a little bit of chlorine, and that's not good. If they were in that sub for a long time, I imagine the filters started going bad. I believe the implication is that they've just been kind of struggling along to the Japanese sea to get, you know, unfucked.
名前は？
後宮金蔵です。よろしければ。
Some of those Italians are gonna have lifelong breathing problems, I bet.
ベアトリーチェ・カスティリオーニ。
Castiglione? Mamma mia, I cooked a pizza! I cooked a golden witch!
日本へ。
That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life.
ベアトリーチェとはイタリア人だったのですか？
Italian.
そうだ。彼女は RSI 交換の娘だ。
This is how we get Peppino in this game. It's so funny now that I know that putting Peppino in Umineko could potentially be an Umineko spoiler.
どうやら彼女の父親こそが一番の積み荷だったらしい。残念ながら六軒島
Well, that's rough luck.
もう死んでいた。
その交換が
On account of, you know, the chlorine gas.
スエズ運河からインド洋を越えてはるばる日本まで来たというのか。
Beato's dad being Peppino would be comedy gold. It would! Peppino was in the war after all.
確かに同盟国としてはドイツの方がはるかに近いはず。なぜわざわざ日本までやってきたのでしょう。
途方もない規模の遠大な作戦か何かだったのかもしれない。
But it would make him a fascist? That's true. That is unfortunate.
その全容はわからぬ。その潜水艦がただならぬ任務を帯びていたらしいこと。
Did they have the gold on the sub? You know what? That's probably a good guess. I don't know. They said the most important cargo they were carrying was her father, who was a high-ranking agent for the RSI, so maybe not, but that is also very possible. That's how Beatrice got the gold. It's Nazi gold. The lost Nazi gold Kinzo had it the whole time. Let's see, let's find out. We're gonna learn about their mission. They said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine. Oh my god. Oh my god, I cannot believe this. I just remembered I made a joke about it being Nazi gold like so long ago. I made a joke about it being lost Nazi gold like in episode 3. Come on, I can't believe, was I right? Is it really Nazi gold? Ahem. I gotta compose myself. Let's find out. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further, nothing but a massive lump of metal floating by the dock. Since the sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside Mussolini himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top-secret mission, now that the man himself and all the commissioned officers had died, the reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And our higher-ups were telling us to investigate, which meant that even they didn't know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official they had been carrying was dead. And even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end.
よかった。日本の潮風はてっきり醤油
Soy sauce? You think they're pouring the soy sauce in that?
お互い様です。イタリア人の髪はパスタでできてるって思ってました。
あ そうよ。
Slurp it right up. Slurp
ア
up
ルデ
that
ンテに
pasta
仕上げ
hair.
るには茹で加減が難しい
Al
の。
dente texture.
なら日本人はみんなスパゲティネイロだわ。
よくご存知で。日本人はシャンプーの代わりにイカスミを使います。
Very good for that volume.
金蔵はすごいわ。何でも知っているのね。イタリアに来たことがあるの？
ありません。しかし本はいろいろと読みました。
東洋人がイタリアの本を？へえ。例えばどんな？
ニッコロ・マキャベッリ、
Machiavelli, of course. Of course, you know the
だからあなた
classics.
が永遠の淑女であることも存じていますよ。
Wow, the eternal lady, huh? That eternal word sure stuck around.
金蔵はとんでもない勉強家だわ。あなたはひょっとして日本では高貴な家の出身なのでは？
さあ、
I don't want to talk about
どうで
that.
しょ
あなたは他の野蛮そうな日本人とはまるで
Let's cool it on the anti-Japanese remarks, Beto.
私にはわかるの。あなたはきっと高貴な家の人間だわ。後ろ宮家は日本の貴族の家柄なの？
う。とんでもない。紡績で一山当てただけのただの成金の一族です。私が勉強していたのは高貴なるものとしてのたしなみではなく、何をすることも許されなかったら本を読むか酒に溺れるかしかやることがなかったからですよ。
There had been no trace of malice in Beatrice's words. It had just been a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look on Kinzo's face.
許して、金蔵。あなたのような高貴な人がどうしてこんなおかしなところで兵卒の身分に甘んじているのか深く考えなかったわ。
私の一族などどうでも死ねば後ろ宮などという姓は何の意味もない。そしてそれこそがようやく私を解き放ってくれるのです。
金蔵は死にたくて軍隊に？そんなのダメ。家族が悲しむわ。
家族など私には誰も。
I have a wife for the sake of public appearances, and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by those selfish, greedy elders. So at least while I'm on this island, I can forget all about all of that and find some peace. Peace? But haven't I spent each and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet?
私にあなたの苦しみはわからないけれど、私の心ない言葉が傷つけてしまったことはわかるわ。許して、金蔵。
Forgive me, Kinzo. Yes, those words are probably what did it. All of the Japanese called me Ushiromiya. It reminded me that I was the property of the Ushiromiya family every time they talked to me. But she was different. She called me Kinzo, not Ushiromiya. So maybe, just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family.
金蔵。
I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me.
ありがとう。あなたが私を金蔵と呼んでくれるから、私はやっと。
Yeah, he just doesn't know people tend to use the given name outside of Japan first. But you know, if he wants to assign meaning to it, he can.
出会えた気がします。
金蔵、あなたはとても遠い異国で出会った外国人だけれど、あなたの心はとても繊細で美しい。私たちはきっと近所に住んでいたならとても当たり前な友人になっていたわ。私も嬉しいのよ。あなたは私
Yeah, you just kind of have to. You kind of have to roll with them, imagining they're speaking English for
カス
this.
キリオーニのご令嬢とは呼ばないわ。
We were both in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we came from different countries, we had finally found something that we both understood.
金蔵は親しい者にはなんて名前で？
いえ、普通に金蔵と呼ばれていました。
じゃあ、あなたは私をベアトリーチェと呼ぶのを改めるべきだわ。親しい人間は私のことを。
God, I thought she was gonna say Beato.
あなたもそうしてくれると嬉しいわ。
Your friends call you what? I don't think that's a nice nickname, bitch, Shay.
これからは親しみを込めて、ビーチェとお呼びを。
ダメダメ。堅苦しい言葉はダメ。だって私たちはもう友人なのだから。
Your friends call you bitchy? A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face.
あの美少が我が記憶より薄れることはない。
おじい様はベアトリーチェと出会うことで自分を取り戻されたのですね。
平たく言や浮気だな。
I mean, he's not wrong.
ウィルさんは今後も出現を繰り返されるなら
Cover your
お尻をかばわれる
booty.
癖をつけることをお勧めします。
After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in pathetic agony.
おじいさんにとってロッケン島は
He's a fail guy too, but not as much, nearly as much as Battler.
ベアトリーチェと初めて出会われた
He hides his power level much more.
私がこの島に来ることがなければ出会うこともなかった奇跡の島なのだ。
Yeah, she wants Leon. They, I guess. Again, they're very unspecific about their gender. They really want to pinch those cheeks. Leon is all about getting those Will cheeks.
クワドリアンの近くに今も残っている。
Are you telling me the submarine is still there?
外界からは見えぬ。
Please tell me the submarine is still there.
吹き継がって漁師たちも近寄らなかった島だ。私以外に知る者はもはやいるまい。
クワドリアンと屋敷を結ぶ2キロにも及ぶ地下道はその基地の名残なのか。
そうだ。
So yeah, that was my part of the theory that was correct. I had guessed because they had mentioned that it was that the island was owned by the military, and Kinzo bought it from them. I had guessed that the tunnel to Kuadorian was a remnant from military stuff.
鍾乳洞を改造した広大な地下壕で地下を網羅し。
Limestone's pretty tough. I don't know. That seems really inefficient.
などという寝言の残骸だ。私はその地下道を生かし、島の両端に2つの屋敷を作らせたのだ。
I need to know if that submarine is still there. I want Battler to go in the submarine.
後ろ宮家の屋敷と後ろ宮家から解放された金蔵の屋敷だったのですね。
そうだ。私には必要だったのだ。後ろ宮という呪われた生から逃れるもう一つの場所が。
しかし同情するよ。
I'm sure everything will go great in this flashback.
はるばる日本
I'm
まで
sure nothing bad will happen.
任務を成し遂げられなかったとは気の毒の限りだ。
パパの任務が何だったかよくわからないわ。
Kinzo and Biche will have a great time.
どこか遠くへ逃げ、大切な日までそれを隠さなければならないと言ってい
Please
た。
let it be the gold. It'd be so funny if it was Nazi gold.
それとは
わからないわ。それはとても大切なもので、大切な日まで何年も隠しているつもりだったみたい。
Oh my god, it so is the gold.
それと一緒に隠れている
It
つも
so
りだ
is
った
the
ので、
gold.
私に異国の地で長い時間を過ごすことになるかもしれないと謝っていたから。
アンジェロ少尉は 積み荷は特になく、君の父上が輸送すべき要人だっ
That
た
was
と
a
言っていたが
lie. It was a ruse. I deceived you.
少尉はあなたたちを信用してないわ。
Yeah, she's a little younger. Not like a kid, though.
私でさえ知って
Obviously
いる
not.
ことをいくつも隠してる。ひょっとすると少尉はパパの目的と積み荷を知っているのかも。
それが何だったにせよ、それはイタリア軍の任務さ。俺らには関係ないね。むしろ同盟国なんだ。頼ってくれればいいのに。
金蔵が良い人であることは疑わないわ。少尉にもあなたは信頼できる人間だと伝えてるんだけれど、どうして男というのは異教ではむやみやたらと厳格になるの？普段はみんなもっと陽気な人たちばかりなのに、ここへ来てからみんな
Well, I mean, the chlorine gas,
妙に空気が張り
the
詰め
lingering
てくる。
effects of that probably don't help their mood.
少尉は部下たち全員に常時銃を手放さないように命じてる。まるでここが敵地かのようだわ。
That was true. The Italians were clearly the very opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers, watching this, began to suspect that the Italians really didn't trust them at all.
軍人ならおかしいことじゃないさ。むしろこういう時こそ規律を引き締めて、友軍に恥ずかしいところを見せたくないんじゃないか。
就寝時には必ず根津板を立てるし、もう航行できないスクラップ同然の潜水艦に今もあなたたちを近づけないように見張りを立てているわ。私はなんだか日本人を露骨に毛嫌いしているように見えて気持ちが悪い。
True, they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine, and it refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hadn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason.
慣れない生活を強いられて、みんな気が立ってるんだろう。
Yeah, also the chlorine gas. The lingering effects of that fucking up their
君たち
lungs.
を本土へ運ぶ船の派遣がまた遅れてる。君たちをいつ本土へ送ってあげられるやら。
No boats because of weather? On Rokunjima? Say it ain't so. We had been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland, but apparently, thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and the recent air raids, they had no ships they could spare on a forgotten island like this. There may have been political issues as well. After all, the Italians' homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I don't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they had been stuck on Rokunjima for 2 whole weeks, and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Rokunjima. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Rokunjima was technically a top-secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden. Yeah, Oppenheimer's coming.
仕方がないし、
It'll be any day now, really, actually. They're in like 45, it could happen at any time. Well, there's nothing we can do about it.
だって船が来てしまったら金蔵とはもう会えなくなってしまうんでしょ。
確かに。
To me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of that pair of weeks. I realized that she'd have to leave this place eventually, and yet this single moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then I heard her voice calling for Beatrice in Italian.
アンジェロ少尉だよ。君に用事みたいだ。
またお小言かしら。日本人とあまり親しくするなと最近うるさいのよ。
No fun allowed. No fraternizing with the... Well, I mean, they're allies, so... The second lieutenant approached, saluting Kenzo, and after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious.
少尉はとても重要な話があるからあなたたちの指揮官に合わ
Angelo's
せて
got
ほし
some
いと言っ
thoughts
て
to
る
share.
わ。協力を求めたいと言っている。何のことかわからないわ。
重要な話。わかった。山本注意を探そう。
Lieutenant Angelo had two of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this had to be something very serious. The winch creaked and the thick chains rang out with a dull clang. Very, very slowly, it was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold. It's the gold. Let's go, gold! Gold, 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 Nazi gold! The first lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting up, all of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles. Nazi gold! Nazi gold! Nazi gold!
すごい。こんなの。
Nazi gold! Nazi gold! Yes! The Nazi gold is real! I made a joke about it in episode 3. I was like, what if Kenzo got his gold from the Nazis? It's the lost Nazi gold everybody, all those urban rumors are about, and it's real! It's real Nazi gold! It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. This gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies, or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy? A conspiracy? Embezzlement? Top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions, but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at this moment. Yeah, I got hit with the gift of prophecy dodgeball real hard on that one. They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make sea, and it was apparently continuing to take in water bit by bit. Rokonjima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so we had no means of repairing it. Also, though we could unload the sub, there was no way we'd be able to lift it up again once it had filled with water and sunk to the bottom. Now that transporting the gold away had clearly become an impossible goal, they had apparently decided on unloading it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason behind all this gold. They just asked us to help them take it out. 10 tons of gold would be $500,000. Yeah, it's to know it's nothing to shake a stick at, that's for sure. Or, as they keep saying, what is it, 25 billion yen?
これだけあればイタリアの戦局を変えられたかもしれないの。
戦局を変えるのは武器よ。でも戦後は何の役にも立たないわ。確かにお金も戦局を変えはするでしょうよ。でも戦後にもその価値は。
Money can be exchanged for goods and services, unlike guns. There's no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers will probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell that simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold does not lose its value after war. Everyone stared upwards, dumbfounded, as the wind slowly lifted the dully sparkling golds. Good stuff. It was the lost Nazi gold all along. That's great. I love this.
イタリア人たちはこの黄金のことを本土へ報告しないことを望んでいます。
我が国に横領されたくないからであろうな。
彼は何と？
日本が黄金を横領するのを恐れているから報告されたくない。
I mean, probably. That is probably a logical response.
少尉はむしろイタリア本国に知られることを恐れているわ。私たちにとって今の祖国は連合国の海外。
Oh yeah, you guys lost really hard.
彼らに知られれば黄金は返還することになる。しかしそれは
私たちの敵に黄金を渡すようなもの。
They'd come all this way to make sure that the gold didn't fall into enemy hands. They needed to hide it from the puppet government until their homeland could be truly restored. Yeah, that'll happen.
後宮、イタリア人たちに提案せよ。我々は協力を申し出たいとな。
協力とは？
イタリア人たちの言い分はこうであろう。彼らはその黄金を祖国に知られることなく隠したいわけだ。しかしこの島から運び出そうとすれば輸送船を手配せねばならない。
What if we did the funny and the gold never
そう
left
すれ
the
ば本土
island?
に知られ、さらにはイタリア本国にも知られることとなる。
そうなります。つまりあの黄金はもう六軒島からは運び出せない。
Their mission must have been to hide the gold in absolute secrecy until the day of their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Nazi Germany also moved much of its secret wealth to certain hidden areas in South America just prior to its collapse. The good old South American Nazi expats. It was a very natural conclusion to reach. The submarine was their only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it's become completely useless. They can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it'll probably sink completely before much longer. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. So, just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them?
この六軒島基地は誰も知らぬ秘密基地だ。
Right, and also, like, yeah, this makes sense. The military is, like, suspended indefinitely using it as a base, and so, like, even the Japanese government doesn't really care or know what's going on here. They'll never come looking.
この島を不吉な無人島と信じて近寄りもしない。言っている意味がわかるか？
Let's just keep it here.
彼は何と？
前にも話した通り。
And what if everybody else on this island mysteriously perished?
見ての通り、戦略価値は何もなく、上層注意はこの島に黄金を隠してはどうかと提案したいみたいだ。
Beatrice quickly translated this and told Lieutenant Angelo. He began discussing something rapidly with his subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan may have been their ally, but they probably didn't want to leave the gold for reconstructing their motherland in Asian hands. Still, it was hard to imagine any other option for them.
激しく議論しているわ。他に手はないという者もいるし、それでも祖国に忠誠を尽くすべきだという者もいる。少尉は板挟みになってるわ。
He sure is, that Angelo. That guy who doesn't even have a sprite. The final order given to them by their fallen homeland was to hide the gold. However, by now, there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland or their own homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people from their point of view. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Though he couldn't understand their words, he seemed to realize how divided they were.
我々が協力すれば
Yamamoto's totally angling to snatch some of that gold. After all, he wants something out of this.
この島の地下を横断している。
この島の地下に黄金を隠して埋めれば誰にも発見できないと言ってる。
現実的な申し出だと議論してるわ。でも日本人の手を借りるのに抵抗を感じてるみたい。
議論が難航しているようです。
議論の余地などあるのか、イタリア人。我々の協力なくば、あの
Yeah, it's not like they can take it anywhere else. They're pretty much stuck.
まさかいつまでも波打ち際に積み上げておくわけにもいくまい。
アンジェロ少尉は黄金のことを知る人間を最小で抑えたいみたい。
We can do that with a gun.
日本人は信用できないけど、山本中尉の申し出が今は最善と見てるみたいよ。でもいぶかしがってるわ。
何を
10トンの黄金を隠すという労力の提供と守秘義務を 彼らが本当に無償
He
に
is a
提
little
供してく
sus.
れるのか
Yamamoto definitely wants something out of this. 50%?
注意、それはまさか。
あの黄金の半分を
Half.
我々によこせ。
That's a lot, dude.
それを手間賃に残りの半分を厳重に隠してやろう。
半分をよこせと言ってる。
The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Lieutenant Angelo slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boast of once being a thug who everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously.
本来なら断りようのない話だ。8割を要求してもおかしくない。
Rockin' a hard place.
それを敬意を表して五分と五分にしようと提案しているのだ。これは我々だけに有意な話ではない。イタリア人たちが外部にこのことを漏らせば、全ての黄金は日本かイタリアに接収されるだろう。我々には1円たりとも転がり込んでこない。我々は全員が共犯でなくてはならない。
Buddies in crime.
全員に着服の共犯になれと言ってる。周囲はすでに軍人としてでなく個人として話をしている。
なんてこと。黄金に目がくらんだのね。
I mean, yeah, of course he's being rational for a guy who wants something out of the deal. He's not doing it out of the goodness in his heart. He wants that yummy, yummy gold. Lieutenant Yamamoto was grinning. It really did look as though he had been blinded by greed, just as Beatrice said.
あのまま山積みにしていれば、やがて本土から来る迎えの連中の目にいやおうなく入るだろう。そうなれば、ここにいる誰もが得をしないぞ。我々の申し出を受けて、早急に黄金を隠すべきだ。
アンジェロ少尉は日本政府やイタリア政府にはどうしても知られたくないのだ。彼は自分が与えられた任務に最後まで責任。
つまりどういうことだ。
何割かを口止め料として与えてでも島内に地中深く埋めることを望んでるわ。もちろん下士官たちには異論もある。
Mutiny! Mutiny! Mutiny!
憤慨してるわ。
後ろ見、イタリア人たちの感触はどうだ。
彼らも黄金がこれ以上の人目につくことを望んでいないようです。
I will now tell you what she just told me, so the readers have to see this information
とにかく
twice.
異論があるようです。
少尉は1割ならば検討できると言ってる。
Yamamoto's not gonna go for that.
山本中尉がそれで納得しないだろうとも言ってるけど。
後ろ宮、イタリア人の返事はいかに。
1割なら検討すると。
This time, it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk. But the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled the small room. However, despite his violent outbursts a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative.
1割 ?1 割か。いいだろう。なら1
I'll
割
give
を
up
譲って
10%.
しぶろくだ。これ以上は譲らんと伝えろ。
40% for the Japanese, 60% for the Italians. The lieutenant was talking tough, but in truth, these negotiations weren't being made on an equal footing. If the Italians had just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't have been much of a problem. But what if they were true patriots and decided to return the gold for the purpose of reconstruction, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland? If so, they would probably report the existence of the gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the Allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. It probably wouldn't all make it back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild their battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few ingots at most. He was greedily planning to make this his own treasure island, so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted to succeed, the Italians would have to keep the presence of the gold quiet.
しかし疑問だ。アンジェロ少尉が誰にも黄金を渡したくないなら、どうして荷上げを？
Yeah, why not just let it fall to the bottom of the ocean?
考えたくはないけれど、命令が遂行不能になった時点で。
That's true. Yeah, he probably just wants to steal it. They're not patriots at all. They just really want that gold too.
彼は今下士官たちに軍人としての意見と祖国に家族が待つ一個人としての意見を聞きたいと言っているわ。堅物の
Everybody want that gold, yeah. I don't think dropping it in water would destroy it. Gold doesn't like rest, does it? The discussion between the Italians was becoming fierce and emotional. Like, you can let gold sit in water, I think. And even seawater. Oh, you're being metaphorical. Oh, okay. Though their homeland had fallen, they had come all this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they couldn't just agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Lieutenant Angelo looked like he was doing all he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates. Looks like the gold is blinding them, too. Everyone's mixing up their true feelings with how they want to be seen, and they can't make up their minds.
奴らの返答はいかに後ろ宮
B ちゃん、周囲が返事を求めてる。
考える時間が欲しいと言ってるわ。私はあなたと話せたから気が紛れてよかったけれど、他の人たちはそうじゃないの。
Gold is one of the most unreactive elements short of the noble gases. That makes sense. That's why it's such a precious metal. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't change or rust or degrade.
とても長い後悔の果てに。
At least it's very hard to.
極限状態でここに
Short of, you know, dunking it in acid, and now that's unlikely to happen.
唯一の心の拠り所だった任務ももはや喪失してる。
Also a good conductor, yes, used in many electronics.
彼らも分かってない。
注意。彼らは時間が欲しいと言っています。
いいとも大いに議論したらいい。しかし時間はないぞ。隠すとなったら時間と手間がかかる。明日の正午までに結論しろ。以上だ、イタリア人ども。
回答期限は明日の正午だそうだ。注意。まるで脅迫だ。
I don't know if all the Japanese here could take on all the Italians. I feel like there's more of the latter. Yeah, that's all, Italian.
全員の意見を聞くと言ってるわ。
感触は
多分難航するわ。少尉自身は山分けもあり得ると考えてるみたいだけど、下士官や他の仲間たちは多分みんなこの極東までの航海で大切な仲間を大勢失う。
Yeah, they're all fucked up from that chlorine gas. That's true.
彼らは堅くなに祖国への忠誠を貫きたがってる。
周囲の申し出は断ると。
断ってもどうせ黄金は誰かの手に渡るわ。何も残らないならせめてインゴットの一本ずつでも密かに持ち帰ろうという少尉の言い分に。
There's only 10 Italians. That's right. I don't remember the number. I feel like there's got to be more of the Japanese soldiers here. Like, if they just decide to kill all the Italians and take all the gold, that probably wouldn't be too hard.
こういう時の男って勢いだけが迷走するわ。私も見当がつかない。
It's a lot of gold.
イタリア人
I don't know if they ever gave an exact number to how many Japanese soldiers there are.
彼らにとって降伏後のイタリアは敵国同然だ。黄金をそのイタリアに返還するのは
I don't remember.
長い旅路を全て否定する。
I don't think about numbers. Numbers are for nerds.
しかし黄金を着服して山分けすることも彼らの旅路の否定になります。
彼らが義理立てすべき祖国はすでに滅んでいる。その時点で彼らの旅路の意味などもう失われている。気の毒な話だ。
どうせ意味のないことならインゴットの一本でもありつけた方がまだマシだと。
損得感情で言えばそうなる。そうならねえのが
They want that fucking gold. The Italians were gathered in a cramped room, arguing fiercely.
反対です。死んだ戦友たちのためにも断固軍人魂を貫くべきです。
Just imagine they're speaking Italian, I guess.
貫くとはどういうことか。この島に黄金を隠せということか。東洋人たちの申し出を受けるということか。
東洋人たちは信用できません。特にあの山本という男、断じて油断できません。
Use theater of the mind to imagine this as Italian.
艦と共に沈めるべきでした。
日本人の基地で沈めてどうする。やがていつかは引き上げられる。隠したことにはならない。いずれにせよ、この島から黄金を誰にも知られずに運び出す方法はない。
洋上で名誉ある自鎮を選んでいたらこんなことには。艦のダメージが致命的だったことがあの時点で分かっていたら。
We'll lose it at the gold.
どうしてあの
I
時
cook it a
少佐は日
pizza.
本軍に救援要請を。日本軍にこの黄金のことを知られたら少佐はどう任務を遂行するつもりだったんだ。
少佐が救援要請を出した時点で諸君にも祖国で待つ家族がいるはずだ。そして極東の島国までよく航海に耐えた。それに対するこれは正当な報酬なのだという考え方もある。
あの時日本人に助けなど求めていなかった。
Chatter, chatter, chatter. They're arguing. They're fighting. They don't know what to do.
少尉、日本人が友好的でない場合、我々は最終的解決手段を辞さない覚悟が必要です。
伍長、最終的解決手段とは
What if
何
we
か。
killed him? Summon gold. A stiff tension hung over the room.
日本人たちはたるみ切っています。実戦経験もない腰抜けばかりです。我々は精兵です。すでに基地内の間取りのほぼ全てと日本人の人数、配置状況は把握しています。少尉の命令があれば短時間で制圧できるでしょう。
Let's do some big murders.
は山本を含めて数人。
Let's add to Rokujima's murder count. Recursively, I guess.
残りは軍属の作業員風情です。上辺の人数は日本人が上ですが、実質兵力ではこちらが優位です。
日本人を殺せば迎えの船が来た時それをどう説明する。ごまかしようがないぞ。
死体さえ見つからなければどうとでもごまかせます。少尉、この基地を制圧するのは容易です。
I guess you could say they like defected and just ran away on their
殺し
boats.
てみせればあっさりと作業員たちは降伏するでしょう。彼らに黄金を運ばせ地中に埋めましょう。もちろん彼らの口は永遠に塞ぎますが、
日本人たちを皆殺しに。
Yeah, big war crime. That's a hell of a war
殺し
crime.
ましょう。
Like, we're this. I mean, I guess you're still technically at war, but you're not at war with each other, so that might actually just be regular murder. At that moment, the supposedly locked door opened slightly, and a metal object was thrown in. Now we get Italian. As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield, and they all dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death. Fortunately, the shoddy grenade was a dud. Oh no, what a twist of fate! The door was slammed open and three Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in. What a shitty grenade. Wow, it's so weird hearing that gunshot sound effect being used for actual guns. In this small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood, with casualties on both sides. The three who had jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing. Yeah, I know, this is the most normal violence featured in this VN so far. Not Gino. The grenade was still rolling about on the floor. It had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged that the negotiations wouldn't go his way and had decided to make the first move. Or maybe he'd been planning from the beginning to put them in a position where they'd be gathered in one place to discuss his offer. Rokenjima was their island. If they all killed the Italians, then not half, but all of the gold would go to the Japanese. There was a chance that the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed out into the corridor. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly, the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked. They got the jump on you. I don't know how well this is going to work out. They have the element of surprise here. Normally, I'd greedy the Italians could probably take out the Japanese, but they got the jump on them.
なるほど。黄金の番人を任されるだけの兵士ということか。
These Italians are... They've got kill streaks, sir!
人数はこちらが上だ。焦らず囲んで殺せ。イタリア人狩りだ。
Oh no, we're hunting Italians now instead of witches. As soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew. I knew that something, which had been smoldering since the time the gold was unloaded, had finally burst. The eyes of our soldiers looking at that gold hadn't been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had been pushed to limits by the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after being trapped in a distant land where you can't understand the language or the writing? Thinking I had to do something, I ran toward the sound of gunfire. Looking back on it, that was an extremely stupid thing to do. Yeah, you should be going the other way, bud. That sound meant that there were people shooting at each other. People killing each other. And yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed towards the sound as though I was trying to mediate some schoolyard fight. It didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive that was in the heat of battle. Warrant Officer Hiraoka was lying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet, but on this island, without a doctor, no, even if we had a doctor who could possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest. When I looked into the room he must have crawled out of, I saw 2 more blood-stained Japanese corpses. I fell backwards pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I had ever faced death in my life. The entire world was at war. Even though millions were dying both east and west, this was the first time I'd met with a person's death directly. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Yeah, so rejoice, Kinzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out loud? Come for me, magnificent death! Someone came running towards me. It was a colleague of mine, a Japanese man, Tajima-kun. He dashed towards me, pale-faced and out of breath. His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same.
Tajima-kun, 何があったんだ?
Yep, someone yelled in Italian, and at the same time, Tajima-kun let out a scream. Then he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes. This isn't working out well. As he spat bubbles of blood, he said that one word and died. But the shock of seeing someone die right in front of me did not freeze my heart. At a fundamental level, all living things are unconcerned with the death of others. The one thing that mattered is where they themselves die or not. It was the barrel of the gun the Italian soldier was pointing that froze my heart. This is just like you in CSGO. Sorry to hear that. Tajima-kun's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood spattered. The warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish him off, even though he had stopped moving for good? How foolish I've been. Can I still not understand the scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo! Now you finally got what you wanted all this time. The Italian hadn't fired to finish off Tajima-kun. He had been aiming at the man Tajima-kun had fallen on. Me, Ushiromiya Kinzo. I pushed his corpse aside, scrabbled against the floor, and dashed away, tumbling over myself. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the ring fingernail on my left hand. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Fingernail stuff always grosses me out. Ew, yucky. When faced with death, humans truly can resist with all they've got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful, hot, but that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. It felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back, so I kept on running and running as though the Italians were right behind me. This is death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die. Why? Didn't I want to die so badly? But now I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. Biche did. I can only be free when I talk to her. No! By talking with her, I finally came alive for the first time. I was born! I want to live! I want to live! I want to live! I want to live! He got that foot job under the table. I don't want to die. I want to live and see her right now. If I don't see her, I'll die. I'll be killed. Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead. Before I knew it, my face was covered in tears, snot, and saliva. When I stumbled onto something and fell, I was finally able to come to my senses a little. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfight was still going on, and it had spread throughout the entire base. Biche, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safe place. The lieutenant will probably kill all the Italians to steal the gold. Biche probably won't be an exception.
Biche.
Biche.
I lived for the first time after meeting you. I was born. So if you die, I'll die again. I could feel every cell in my body being reborn, not as Ushiromiya Kinzo, but as a completely different Kinzo. Of course, I was terrified that I might be really shot if I went back, but I didn't want to die anymore. To truly die. So I was able to overcome my fear. The apple really didn't fall far from the tree with Battler, did it? One chance to life, named Rubens.
イタリア人の声が聞こえた。そこにいるぞ。くそ、誰と応用。
Oh, hey, hey. I know we're in the middle of a gunfight here, but let's cool it with the racist remarks. Rubens stayed with Beatrice behind his back and neatly shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M1934. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type 94 semi-auto pistols went straight into Rubens' chest. All three of the shooters were struck in the chest and fell down in a heap. You shouldn't have yelled. The next person to appear was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of 3 guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter. Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Rubens' gun. She was ready to kill. She was ready to fire. He spat this last part at the 2 dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, what had happened to them wasn't particularly surprising. It wasn't the first time it had happened either. In this tiny, cramped tunnel, nearly everyone had met head-on. When both sides shot recklessly in such a situation, the result was 2 corpses. So, whoever sensed another person and pulled the trigger quickest won. That was the only way to survive this battle without a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians had killed each other without hesitation, and they sometimes even pulled the trigger on oncoming allies. In the midst of all of this were several Japanese men who had stumbled into the fight, wondering what was going on. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone had reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves, trying to stay alive. The entire base had been wrapped up in this slaughter. A golden slaughter, even, because it's about the gold. There was a fierce gun battle taking place on the submarine dock, and a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to this base were killed before they knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop bit by bit. Blood-stained corpses were scattered everywhere. At first, it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as their minds began to grow weary and numb, it devolved into that most basic cause of wars throughout humanity, the desire to kill all foreigners who don't understand. Whenever they heard words that they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in another language, so it had long ago turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. Just when it felt as though everyone had died, and you could hear the desolate sound of the wind blowing through the caves, there would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and you'd remember that the massacre wasn't yet over. Your money is on 16 ending up dead total. Well, there's 10 Italians, including Beatrice. We don't know how many Japanese soldiers there are. This happened over and over again, and eventually true silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by gold. It would be pottery if it was 16 exactly, though. The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So he snuck about like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for remaining enemies. There was no sign or trace of any living person. Maybe all of the people in this base had died. The Japanese struck first, but at that time we were also talking about killing them. They simply had made the first move as military men. So perhaps we should be grateful for this day. Even if the boat had come to pick us up, there would have been no honor left for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. I noticed the sound of shuffling feet coming from around the corridor and strained to hear. Is someone seriously wounded and dragging their feet? Noticing them before they notice me greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps had come close enough, Angelo leaned around the corner and raised his gun. The voice that reached him spoke Italian. Whoopsie.
貴様を探していたぞ、アンジェロ少尉。これで全員だな。俺はしっかり貴様らの死体を数えて回ってたんだからな。
しっかりして、アンジェロ少尉。
I'll do it. Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor, then his knees, and then the rest of his body crumpled and stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with a gun wasn't particularly stellar, However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had made the shot. He had managed to hit, even with a short-barreled handgun in one hand and a woman as a hostage in the other.
それにしても我が六軒島守備隊の情けないことよ。まさか私以外は全員死んだのではあるまい。やれやれ。
All Italians must die.
女を盾に取らなきゃ戦えない。人手だし、離して。
静かにしろ。イタリア女は。
He doesn't even understand what you're saying, Beatrice.
おとなしくしてれば命までは取らんと。
It was such an obvious lie that even he wore a bitter smile. The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they died all along with the garrison in a gunfight. Since this was the story Yamamoto wanted to tell, he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. By this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold, but he should be able to grab as many as he could carry. Even that would be worth a huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard. Owned. Give him a good bonk on the head. She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. She fell onto her back, and Yamamoto mercilessly stomped his foot down on her stomach and pointed his gun at her.
じゃじゃ馬を飼いならす趣味はないのでな。貴様は死ねえ。
注意。彼女は無関係だ。離してやれ。
Kinzo had jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses.
後ろ宮か。おう、生きておった。
彼女を離せ。苦しがってる。
貴様であろう。イタリア人どもに攻撃があることを密告したの。
何の話だ。
Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. He had been sure that the surprise attack would work, but it hadn't. So he had assumed that Kinzo must have tipped them off.
貴様のせいで奇襲が失敗してこのざまだ。この裏切り者め。貴様がこのイタリア女を通じて内通して。
You got it all wrong, man. Your grenade was just bad. Needed more time to cook.
逃げて、金蔵。この男は命乞いしてる人も撃ったわ。あなたも撃たれる。
喋るな、イタリア女。もう一度口を聞いたら容赦なく撃つぞ。
Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut.
やめろ。彼女は何の関係もない。
銃を上官に向けるとはどういうつもりだ。頭を冷やせよ。
Well, I don't know. Yamamoto, you're the only guy left, so if you die, we can just make up whatever story we want.
私とお前で口裏を合わせれば、あの黄金の山は私たちだけのものではないか。私一人では少々をくすねるくらいしかできんが、お前と二人でならもっと多くの数をくすねることができる。上官面をするつもりはないぞ。男同士二人できっちり。
You know, Yamamoto doesn't seem like the sharing type. I get the feeling if Kinzo went along with this, he would just kill Kinzo as soon as possible. Like, yeah, exactly. He's already killed the people he promised to split it with. That's a good line, though. I gotta give him credit for that. You prefer lead to gold is a good line. Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun towards Kinzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kinzo's right ear. If Yamamoto's aim had been just a bit better, the bullet would have slammed into Kinzo's face. Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice lashed out and planted her right foot in Yamamoto's crotch. Owie! After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face and he stomped on her chest. Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand the coming pain. No one wants to watch the moment they get shot. And this was kind of the foregone conclusion, wasn't it? We know Kinzo and Beatrice both survived this. A blood splash poured out of Yamamoto's chest.
あんたがあんたの都合で、私も私の都合であんたの命を奪う。
That's not really a personal reason if you're doing it to save somebody, I think. But you know, whatever. Could Yamamoto hear Kinzo's words until the end? In his last moments, he seemed to grin. Then, slowly, he fell backwards with a spurt of blood. It's Jover.
金蔵、無事なの？てっきりあなたが撃たれたと。
Kinzover, yeah, there we go. It's Kinzover. Beatrice tried to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing.
ビーチェ、怪我をしたのか？
あばらが痛むわ。その人でなしが激しく踏んだものだから。
大丈夫か？折れていなければいいんだが。
これくらいで折れるほど
Italian women built Tonka tough.
じゃないの。でもありがとう。あなたは命の恩人だわ。
Good night, Dia Diamond. Enjoy your night.
あなたが来なければ私はきっとそこに転がっていたわ。
Yamamoto had shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. We didn't have the option of waiting, possibly for several days, for that ship that was coming. I made the decision to carry her away from the island. The man who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Nijima, is close. A small boat should be more than enough to get us there.
君を病院へ運ばなければならない。君が思っているより傷が深かったらいけない。
Yeah, you did do a big steppy on your chest. That's bad for the ribberinos.
知らなかった。この島には病院もあるのね。
ない。隣の島へ船で運ぶ。君は病院へ。私はこの島での出来事をうまく片付けないと。とばっちりで軍法会議者だ。
頼みがあるの。私を病院へ連れて。
どうして？
病院へ行って大使館に連絡が行けば。
I don't want to go back to Italia.
送還されるわ。そしてきっとあれこれと尋問を受
And
ける。
it'll be a real pain.
私はママを見殺しにした奴らを自分の祖国とは認めないの。もう私の帰るべき祖国はないの。ここが私の終点だからもう私はどこへも行きたくないの。私に優しくしてくれたアンジェロ少尉もルーベンスもみんな
All of my buddies are dead.
だから君までここで死ぬと。イタリア女はヤワじゃないんだろ。生きるんだ。
ねえ金蔵、
I wanna live!
生きるってどういう意味？あなたが教えてくれたはずよ。生きるってのはただ私はイタリアへ帰りたくないの。
ビーチェ。
あなたは私と出会うまで死んでいたと言ってくれたわ。でもそれは私も同じなの。潜水艦の中で私は死んでいた。祖国も滅びママも死んだ。
Yeah, it's a very funny way to shorten her
パパも
name.
ね。
Not very thought through, I don't think.
私はこんな船沈んでしまえと願ったわ。
It's funny that this Beatrice is called Biche and Gop calls her Riche.
だからここにたどり着いた時実は死に損ねたとがっかりした。その矢先よ。少尉が 英語がわかる者はいるかと騒ぎ出したの。
When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying.
私は祖国のあなたにさらってほしいと願うの。
That's quite the fantasy.
ピーチ
でもそれは叶えられない望みだとも分かってる。ならばせめて迎えの船が来るまでの数日間をあなた胸の痛みなんて気にしない。だって迎えの船に連れ去られたら私はもう死んでしまうのだ。
Oh, she wasn't done yet. Beatrice spoke this smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her chest.
お願い金蔵、迎えが来るまでの数日間でいいから私をさらって。
What if I kidnapped you forever?
その願い叶えられない。
Looking apologetic, Kinzo lifted Beato up and gently sat her in the boat.
育児なし。やっぱり日本の男は軟弱だわ。
そうだな。私は育児なしだ。だから君の願いは片方しか叶えられない。
With a clunk, he placed it wrapped in a jacket in the boat.
片方とは
迎えが来るまでの数日間。
I really hate it. I really hate how this is supposed to be Kinzo, but it's just edited Battler sprites. You see him making like Battler faces.
の方は叶えられないということさ。
どういう意味？
君をさ。
He's like making smug Battler faces. It's the
そっ
worst.
ちを叶えることにした。
金蔵。
There has to be a doctor on Nijima. I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. A witch from a distant country took my lifeless body and gave me a soul. A woman came to me with the gold and revived me with her magic.
君は魔女だ。黄金の魔女だ。
This is where that came from? You just went fucking crazy after meeting one Italian woman? The magic was a metaphor for how gold can literally get you anything you want.
黄金の魔女よ。みんなと同じレシピで作ってるのに、私だけがパスタから消し炭を生み出す錬金術が使えるの。あなたと同じく私も、あなたがいてくれる限り、生き
It
るこ
did,
とを
yeah.
許されるし
It made him not want to die anywhere, but it made him a crazy fucker, that Italian
あな
pussy.
たがいなくなったら、私はすぐにでも死んでしまう。
死なせない。
本当に
絶対に。
取ってね、責任。だってあなたは私をさらったんだから。
Yeah, young Kinzo is so funny.
そうですか。
Hello, Nanjo.
金蔵さんがそこまで話しましたか。
I'm gonna guess the doctor he took Beatrice to was you, was it?
ではまさか
Yeah,
あ
of
な
course
た
it
なのですか？
was. But Nanjo's a bro, so he probably didn't even need the gold.
おじい様がベアトリーチェを連れて行った新島の医者というのは
驚くに値しねえ。新島の医者って時点でピンとくる。
Yeah, of course. Why else would Nanjo stick with Kinzo all these years?
突然海軍の兵隊さんが外国人の女性を連れて現れたのです。
Nanjo's like a cool guy, so he probably didn't even need the gold to keep quiet.
驚きましたとも。しかもその上軍機なので秘密で治療しろというのです。
それがおじい様との初対面だったのですか？
そうです。
Nanjo is a ride or
そ
die.
れが金蔵さんと初めての対面でした。
黄金で言いなりになった欲深な医者ってのも お前のことなのか。
これは手厳しい
Hey,
です
don't be mean to me.
突然外国人の女性患者を連れ込み、軍機だから秘密にせよと言い、治療代は必ず持ってくるから担保にと言って黄金のインゴットを
I
差し
didn't
出す相
really,
手
I
で
didn't
す
really
よ。
say anything that whole time. You kind of said that all at
厄介
once.
事はごめんでした。しぶしぶとですとも。
確かにそれもそうですね。でも南條先生はベアトリーチェをかくまってくれたんですね。
金蔵さんほどではありませんが、私にも英語の心得がありました。二人の会話を漏れ聞き、二人が決して厄介な何者かでないと確
Big
信した
bro
からです。
Nanjo. What a Chad.
もちろんインゴットに目がくらまなかったといえば
I mean, I like gold
嘘
too.
が
Who
過ぎ
doesn't?
ますがな。私も今よりは若かったものですから。
その後、彼女は
しばらくの療養の後、後ろ宮家の使いの方が来て小田原に移すとおっしゃいましてな。引き取られていきました。
おじい様が自分で迎えに行ったわけではないのですか。
金蔵がどう六軒島の事件を言い訳したにせよ、しばらくの間は自由には動けなかっただろうよ。
ですな。軍をごまかすのが金蔵さんの人生で
That's
一
true.
番の大勝負だ
That
と
military is pretty thorough. They probably looked all over that island for that gold.
ベアトリーチェは小田原に行って、それから
使われていない別荘の一つにかくまったと聞いています。当時の金蔵さんにはもう家族がおられましたからな。
Yeah, can't exactly bring your new wife
そこ
home to meet the
は
kids.
うまくやられたのでしょうな。
クワドリアン以前から二重生活はお手の物だった
Kraus is his oldest, so I guess Kraus was born by then?
そう。
何してるんですか。お尻におできでも。
Do not attack my buttocks.
それからベアトリーチェはおじい様の保護で別荘でいつまでも。
平穏につつましやかに暮らしたと聞きます。それからしばらく経ってからでした。彼女、
その娘こそクワドリアンのベアトリーチェか。
金蔵さんの前では
Oh, did she die in
非常に振る
childbirth?
舞われていたそうですが、お気の毒なことです。
まさか亡くなったんですか。
驚くな。金蔵はその娘を生まれ変わりと信じたんだぞ。心をないがしろにす
The
るんだ。
hearts!
推理は可能だ。
そうですね。失礼。
私は金蔵さんが彼女と過ごされた小田原の数年間を知りません。しかしその後の今日までの金蔵さんを見れば、ほんの数年間であっても彼がいかに彼女を深く愛したか伺い知ることができるでしょう。
そうですね。
そしてその娘のためにクワドリアンを作ったというわけか。
金蔵さんは潜水艦の黄金を元手に巧みに立ち回り、たちまちのうちに財産を築き上げていきました。また持ち前の英語力を生かし GHQ に強いコネクションを作って、みるみるうちに大富豪となら
And
れ
everything all worked out great. See, it wasn't magic. It was just a lady and a weird military secret.
ええ。その莫大な財産で六軒島を買い取り屋敷を建てます。小田原の親族たちは無人島を丸ごと買い取ったおじい様を酔狂だと
So
思
I
ったそ
guess
うです。
the death that Will is investigating here is the daughter Beatrice, but that doesn't make any sense because she died with when Rosa did that thing.
10トンの黄金がポケットに収まる大きさだったなら、金蔵も島を買わなかったろうよ。
Unless there's more to it than that. He hid the gold somewhere in Rokanjima. Built up a fortune with the ingots he'd taken out of it, and then bought up the whole treasure island.
ですな。そして後ろ宮家の黄金伝説が始まるのです。
インゴットには片翼のワシが刻印されていたと聞くが、
片翼のワシというよりは片翼に見えてしまうワシというべきでしょうな。
I mean, there's not even a corpse in the casket, so who knows?
ヨーロッパに多いでしょう。翼を広げたワシを紋章にしたもの
Yeah,
は
it's the Nazi eagle. Oh my god.
サロ共和国の国旗にもわしがいやいや鷹でしたかなが刻まれています。
刻印が薄かった。あるいは粗雑だった。
The imprints were always there. Kinzo didn't add them. He just made up the family crest to hide the fact that it was, you know, Italian Nazi
戦時
gold.
下の粗雑な刻印でした。本来は翼を広げたわしの紋章が刻印されるべきだったのでしょう。それがちょうど斜めに断ち切ったように半分薄れて消えていたのです。
翼を広げたわしが半分消えて、それが片翼のわしに見えた。
金蔵は自分の運命を大きく変えたベアトリーチェの黄金に片翼のわしを見て、それを自分の紋章とすることを決めたに違いあり
A
ません。
perched eagle was a common symbol used on Italian fascist uniforms. Yeah, the fascists love eagles, I've noticed.
果たして正しく刻印されていたなら、それは共和国旗の鷹だったのか。それともまさか
Like the Nazis, the Nazis in Germany love that too. Like they had the one with the lightning bolts in its talons, I think.
あの莫大な黄金の山の前で金蔵さんと杯を傾け合いながら黄金ロマンで
You ever just sit with your buddy in front of his massive pile of gold?
もっとも金蔵さんはその刻印から黄金の出所を探られることを嫌いましてな。外部に持ち出す黄金にはわざわざ自分の片翼の和紙をデザインした別の刻印を打ち直していたようですが。
Yeah, it would be weird living in a country whose symbolic flag is an animal is an eagle, huh? A lot of fascists use that one. Would be unfortunate if some other country used it.
金蔵もケチだな。
無論大富豪になった後、金蔵さんは再び私の元へ訪れ、未払いだった治療費をしっかり払ってくれましたとも。治療費にはちと多すぎましたのでな。ちゃんと
Eagles are aesthetically cool, though, I guess.
それ以来
He gave him
おじ
his
いさまと
change.
交流が
What a bro Nanjo is. Nanjo is great. Nanjo is like the most normal cast member.
金蔵さんは私が秘密を守ってベアトリーチェをかくまったことをことのほか深く感謝してくれましてな。
おじいさまはかつての小田原の親族たちは欲深の嘘つきばかりだとおっしゃっていました。
It's him and Goda are like the two most normal men in this story.
嬉しかったに違いありません。おじいさまのような方がどうしてあなたにだけは心を開いたのかわかる気がします。
私にも多少の異国趣味とチェスの趣味がありましてな。金蔵さんとは以来意気を統合しまして、こうして細々と、しかし気づけば随分と長くお付き合
That
い
man
をさせ
loves
て
his
もらって
chess,
います。
absolutely.
大きな金を
Yeah,
扱う
Nanzo
奴
doesn't
ほど
have like a demon
小さな
counterpart.
金にもきっちりしてる。
Like not Genji has Renove and Kumasawa has Vergilia. I don't know who Gop is supposed to be in this equation. That's a bit confusing, but Nanjo's just a normal guy. He doesn't have a
治療
weird
費以上
Toba.
をもらおうとしなかったあんたの律儀さに
Am I ready for mysteries wrapped in mysteries, buried in mysteries, tied to mysteries that are launched into the mysterious space? So far, they've been answering mysteries. We've been going through the Kinzo flashback dimension, so there hasn't been really many new mysteries so far. It's mostly been answers.
とんでもない。
It's all the stuff about how he got the gold.
大きなお金に怯えてしまっただけです。後になってから後悔しましたとも。
Can't believe I made a joke in episode 3 about, like, what if it was the lost Nazi gold? And that was literally what it was.
どうにも昔から。
Yeah, I know, we're in some sort of answer arc?
そんなことはね。肝は十分に不定さ。
そうでしょうか。
Absolutely not clean money, no.
お世辞でも。
Very dirty money.
政治じゃねえ。
But you know, nobody who had it originally was planning to use it for anything good, so whatever. You've got huge guts, Nanjo. For at least 1 whole year after Kenzo's death, Nanjo had taken part in hiding the secret of that death. Of course, Natsuki must have given him some hush money. Still, there could be no doubt that he had enough guts to withstand pressure from Kenzo's children for a long time without slipping up once.
大した肝っ玉じゃねえか。
Yeah, I don't know about anything about Higurashi, so don't spoil that. I want to read it eventually.
義理がたいのがお前の性分なんだろうよ。
それしか取り柄がないものでして。
おじい様は良い友人に恵まれたと思います。
What a pair. What a pair of bros. What a bro Nanjo is. That is, however, where we will have to stop for tonight. We learned a lot today. We learned a lot about Kinza's past. I was wondering when we'd... Shut up. Shut up, Leon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. I was wondering when we'd get to Kinza's past, and it seems the time is now. So, that's fun. I'm sure we'll learn many more things tomorrow night. So, thanks for watching, everybody. Episode 7 starting real strong. Starting real strong with the Cooler Battler and an Ushiromiya OC. So that's fun. Who should I raid? Let's see who's streaming. We're gonna raid Shimada Tiger. She's streaming. She's a fellow VTuber. She's really into fighting games like me, and she's streaming Idol Showdown. So, if you like watching VTubers play VTubers fighting VTubers, quite recursive, don't you think? Go check her out. She's cool. Go type Doog in her chat. I can't do anything Umineko themed because we're too deep into spoiler territory. So just type Doog in her chat, because we're both Corone players in that. See you tomorrow for more Umineko henchbuns. It'll be fun. Episode 7's real strong so far. Sayonara!